In this video, we're going to build a SaaS from scratch, step by step with full stack Next.js. So you can see how everything in the world of Next.js and web development, how it all fits together in a modern application, right? So it's going to be a simple SaaS with just a public homepage or landing page. And then there is a separate dashboard area where the user can actually access the functionality, right? So here, this is a SaaS for tracking expenses, right? So users can keep track of their expenses like this. They can create them, delete them. We'll also talk about editing them. So basically CRUD, create, read, update, and delete in a full stack Next.js application. There is an account page here as well, where we'll show some user information and we can log out again. And then here we are again on the public homepage. So there's a public homepage and then that dashboard should be private. Only logged in users should be able to access it. And actually not just logged in users, it should be paying users. So they need to pay to get access. So if they want to get access, they have to register and then actually pay. So we're going to use a Stripe for payments here. There are apps out there that are similar to this that actually make money, and some of them are making a lot of money actually. So we're going to see how something like that is built from scratch. So you will learn all about the latest Next.js features like server components and server actions, how routing works, how to deploy a full stack Next.js application, how to integrate payments and authentication and analytics, and how to work with a database in Next.js, what kind of folder structure to use, and much more. You'll learn a lot about Next.js, even in React, I would say. And so you'll see how everything fits together. This video has been made possible thanks to today's sponsor, which is PostHog. So we're going to add analytics to the SaaS as well, because we want to see what our users are doing. We want to see which pages they visit, right? Your traditional web analytics, you could say. But we also want to see what they are doing in our app. Where are they clicking? Are they struggling with something, right? Really a core aspect of any SaaS or any app. So we're going to add analytics here provided by PostHog. You can also find the final code of this project in the description. All right, so if you're ready, let's get started. All right, so we are building a full stack Next.js application. So we need to know a little bit about how Next.js works. It's not a complete Next.js course, although I do have a paid course on React and Next.js. Make sure you check it out in the link in the description as well. But just to quickly zoom out a little bit and understand how a full stack Next.js application is structured, a Next.js app has both a client side as well as a server side, right? It's a full stack application, but still one application. Now, part of that Next.js application will run in the browser. So in the browser, we have React components, and specifically we call those client components. These are typically components that need some kind of user interaction, right? So a button with on click, right? That button needs to hook into the click event, which can only happen in the browser, right? There is no click event on the server side, right? So that's a button component that needs to run in the browser, right? So the code of that button will be shipped to the browser, to the client side. This is also how you were traditionally building React apps. So if you've been using Vite, for example, Vite React traditionally has been client side only. So everything was running in the browser. However, these days, we also have a lot of things happening on the server. So we have React components that now run only on the server. These are called server components. And by default, actually, in a Next.js app, all of the components are server components, unless you make them opt into a client component. But a lot of them will be server components. And there are many benefits to that. Typically, what we can do here is we can fetch data from here that our application needs. This is a very common way of getting data now. Basically, your traditional GET request happens now in a server component, often the page React component. Now, where is that server getting data from? Well, it's getting it from a database, right? So we can access our database directly from the server side in our Next.js application. So the data is has to be stored somewhere. Typically, we use a so-called database for that. We'll talk about what that is as well and how to set it up, how to interact with it. But it's going to be something called a database, and we need to get our data from there into our Next.js application. Traditionally, you would have some kind of use effect, and then you would have a fetch call to your server side. So that was a lot of work to get data into your app. But now with Next.js on the server side, we can very easily do that actually directly from a React component. So that's for getting data. Now, how do you do the other thing, updating data? For example, adding something new to the database, or updating data, or deleting data, basically your traditional post, put, and delete requests. Before, if you wanted to do that, you would perhaps do that when the user clicks on something or submits a form. You would have some on submit, and you would have to make some fetch call with post, put, or delete to update the data. Well, these days we use something called server actions for that in a Next.js application. These are basically functions that run only on the server, and we can invoke them from the client side. We'll talk all about that This is actually a big innovation in Next.js, and one of the reasons why Next.js, in my view, is so powerful these days. These have really made it much easier to create a full stack application. Now, there are also something called route handlers, basically your traditional API endpoints or API routes. This is maybe something that you were using before to update data, right? So your traditional post, put, and delete requests would make some fetch call to an API endpoint, and then from there you would update the database. However, these days we do that with server actions, but we still have these available to us, and I would say these are mostly used now for webhook, right? So for example, we're going to use a Stripe in our application. So when somebody pays, we need to know that somebody successfully paid, so we can, well, fulfill the order, basically just make a change in the database. So Stripe will let us know that somebody paid, right? So there will be some incoming request from the Stripe server into our server, and we can set up a route handler or API endpoint, and we can tell Stripe, hey, if somebody pays, let us know at this URL, and we'll deal with it. And Stripe will let us know who paid, like whose email was used, etc. So we can then make the appropriate changes in our database to reflect who actually paid and who became a paying member. So we can then give them appropriate access in our app. So I would say that's the main use case for these route handlers these days. There are some exceptions, there are some edge cases, but that is basically how a modern full stack Next.js application is structured. There is also something called middleware. So as the requests go from client to your server side, sometimes we first, before it touches anything else on the server side, we want it to go through middleware first. So maybe here we want to check if the user is logged in, for example, right? So if a user is trying to maybe update data, right, some server action will be invoked, or maybe the user is trying to go to some route. Right? So maybe the user is trying to go to some route, right? In our case, it will be the dashboard route. So there will be a network request from the user's browser to our server side for that route or the page. And actually those pages are typically server components. So that's actually a network request for a server component. Well, before the request goes there, we may first want to check, is the user even logged in? Because only logged in users should be able to access the dashboard, let's say. So in the middleware, we can already do a quick authentication check. And if the user is not logged in, we can already redirect. Right? So then we do not let the request continue. We will already return something. Right? This is just a quick crash course on how Next.js is structured. Don't worry if you're not completely familiar with everything yet. I have a dedicated course on this, also about React, in which we go through everything step by step. This video is more meant as learning how a SaaS Next.js app is structured and how things fit together in practice. All right, let's start from absolute scratch. I opened up my code editor here, Visual Studio Code, and right now I don't have any project open here. So what I like to do is I like to create a new folder here on my desktop, and I will rename it. I hope you can read it. I will call it Expenses Tracker SaaS. I'm going to drag this here to open it up in my code editor. All right, so now I have a project open here in my code editor. Now we want to start using Next.js. So I'm going to open up my terminal here. You can also go to terminal in your toolbar here and click on new terminal. We're going to say npx create next app at. Now we could specify a specific version here. Or if you want to do the absolute latest, you can say at latest. But if you do that, you may have a different version than what I'm using in the video here. I'm going to use version 15.1.4. And if you want to follow along exactly with what I'm doing, you can use the same version as me. But I do want to mention that after I publish this video, there may be some security risks associated with older versions. So that's a decision you have to make yourself. So if you use the same version as me, it will be easier to follow along. But in terms of security, you're on your own. All right, now if you run it like this, Next.js will install it with a new folder, which is kind of annoying. So I just want to install it right in this folder that we just created. So I'm going to add a period at the end. And then finally, I can press enter here. Do we want to proceed? Yes. I'm going to use TypeScript. Yes. ESLint. Yes. Tailwind. Yes. We will use the source directory. Yes. I think that's a better folder structure. And we're going to use the app router. Do we want to use a turbo pack? And actually, yes, if we can, this will make it much faster during development. This is new in version 15. Do we want to change the import alias? No. Okay, so then it will install all of the dependencies. And there we go. I'm going to close my terminal here. Now I have a boilerplate Next.js app. If I open up the source folder here, you can see we have one homepage. If I open that one up, this is the homepage. Let's actually open this up in the browser. Let's run this app. We can just say npm run dev. And you'll see that now we are using TurboPack, right? This is something new. This should make it faster in development. Now we can open up localhost 3000, which I just did, and this will be what you will see. Okay, my computer is in dark mode, so if your computer is in light mode, by default, you will see this in light mode, but the content should be the same. Now, this is not what we want to have, of course, as our homepage. So typically the first thing I do is actually just remove a bunch of boilerplate. So let's remove everything here. I'm just going to go down here and I'm just going to remove all this stuff here and just delete that, including these classes here. We don't need this. We want completely different styling and different content. So if I save here and now go back, you can see it's just a blank page, but it still has a background. So this Next.js boilerplate also comes with some default styling. If we go to globals.css, you can see it's importing the Tailwind necessities, but it also adds some default styling, for example, to the body here. Let's just go ahead and also delete all of this. Now you can see I have a blank page. Since Next.js 15, we also have this indicator in the corner here. It seems to me that it's a little bit buggy, so I don't like to use this. It has to do with static and dynamic rendering, but we don't need it for now, so I'm gonna close it. Cool. So now we have removed a bunch of boilerplate. And actually, let's go to layout here, because there is one thing I already want to add here, right? So root layout, the name already says it. It's basically the root component of our app. That's how you can view it. And the children here will be each individual page. So you can imagine that that page component will be the children here. And if you go to another page, that's simply swapped out here. So the body will be for all pages here. We can already set a background color. We're going to use Tailwind. The Tailwind works with different palettes. So you have slate, you have zinc, you have orange, basically some color palettes out of the box. Now I like using the zinc palette actually. This will essentially be some base background color for the entire app. So I like to use 200 for that. If I do that, you can see it's a little bit more grayish. And actually, if you check out the color here in the DevTools, you can see it actually has a bit of blue in there. It's a bit of a design trick to add a little bit of blues, to add a little bit of blue to your grays. It makes it look a little bit cooler. It just looks a bit more modern instead of a plain gray, which tends to look a little bit outdated. So that's a trick that designers tend to use. So that's why I like using the zinc palette, because it has a bit of blue in there. If we scroll up a little bit, you can also see we have a title and description for the entire app here. So title is what you will see in the tab here as well. So we can give it a more appropriate type. Let's say title, let's say expenses tracker, track your expenses with ease. Okay, so now you can see that has been changed. All right, now during recording this video, I actually make a strange sound sometimes, which is like this. And I do this whenever I misspeak or I make a mistake. So then during editing, I can quickly find the mistakes I made and edit them out. However, I may have skipped over some. And so you may hear me do some strange sound like that. If you notice it, please let me know in the comment section so I can edit those out as well. All right, what next? Well, what I like to do is continue with the routing. So if we take a look at the example project, we have a homepage, which is just a / or nothing, you could say. And then if we take a look here, we have a dashboard here, dashboard route, and we also have an account route. Those are essentially the 3 routes that we have. So let's see how we can create that. So in Next.js, we use the page component for that, or page.tsx file name, I should say. So this one will be for the homepage because it's in the root of the app directory here. We're using the app router, not the pages router. So that's why it's called app. We have page.tsx here, and here we have our homepage. We can name this React component whatever we want. By default, it's called home. Let's actually write down homepage here, so we can actually see that here on the page as well. Let me refresh here. Yeah, so we see homepage here. Now we need a dashboard and account route as well. So let's close this. So let's actually just create a folder here in the app directory here called dashboard. And let's create another page.tsx in there. So this will be for the dashboard page. I can just call it whatever I want. Let's just call it page. Now to quickly create a React component, I'm actually using an extension here. So I can write RFC, React Functional Component, and it will give me a component here. I don't need this, so I can remove this. Now the extension that I'm using, let me show you which one that is this one, but there are other ones as well. So if you want to use some extension or not, you don't need to, but that's what I'm using. And in the markup here, let's write down dashboard page. If I save this now, we can go to /dashboard because that's the name of the folder here. So if I now go to /dashboard, we see our dashboard page. Now I'm also using AI and AI Copilot to be precise. And that's why you will sometimes see this gray suggestion actually. So you can see when I start typing here, I don't have to completely type it out myself. There will be an AI Copilot sort of guessing what I want to type. If I want to accept this, I can press tab and there you go. Right, so this has really revolutionized coding in the past 1 or 2 years, I would say. Yeah, in my view, you cannot really be a professional developer anymore without using some kind of AI Copilot. It's just gonna take, you're gonna be behind too much. So I'm using GitHub Copilot. I'm not sponsored by them or anything, but that's what's enabled here, and that's why I have those gray suggestions here. So that, in case you were wondering about that. Okay, and now we also want the account page. So let's also create a folder called account. And then we have another page.tsx. I'm using an extension here from creating my React components. You can also write it out, but if you're creating a lot of React components, I think it's a bit cumbersome. So let me show you which extension here I'm using. Let's see, extensions. I'm using, let's see, I'm using this extension here. You may want to use another one, but there's a bunch of them for creating React components and some other React features very quickly. Okay, so now we have our pages. And is this the exact same as what it should be, right? So now I can go to /account and we have page here. Well, let's actually call this account page. All right, so I will save here. Yeah, so now we have an account page here. So /account shows me account page. Now, is this what we want? Well, if we take a look at the example, you can see it's not the exact same. So here in the example, I'm separating the dashboard area, the private area, from the public area by adding app here to the URL as well, right? So the homepage here is just /, so that's correct. But the internal area here, this dashboard area, well, we have dashboard and account, but we are separating this with an app in the URL as well. I think it looks a little bit better, and also for the user, I think it just nicely, cleanly separates it a little bit better. I think it's also clearer for the user when they are logged in. So if we go to our project here, right now we don't have app in the URL here. So how do we get app? Well, you just add a new folder here with that name, right? So here we can create a new folder. We can say, well, simply app, right? And now we need to move the account and dashboard folders in there. So I'm going to select both of them. I'm going to move them in there. I will move, yes. Okay. Now let's go to app/dashboard. All right, so now you can see I still have my dashboard page here, and I also have my account page here. So the intention here is that we have a public homepage and then this private app area separated. Now, if we look at our folder structure right now, if I close everything here, it's not really obvious to us that we have a separation like that, right? So we have this page.tsx in the root here. And then we have our app area here that's already a little bit clearer, so that's nice. But it would be nice to have a little bit more distinction here in the folder structure, so it's easy for any developer to understand that we essentially have two parts here, right? So we could technically also split out the homepage in a different app and then have another separate app for the app area. But I like to have everything in one app. It just simplifies things a lot. But we do need to pay attention to the organization here. So what we can do is use so-called route groups. This has other benefits as well, but it essentially allows to organize the pages and routes a little bit better. So in the app directory here, I will click on new folder, and here we will say that we have one part that is dedicated to the marketing of the website, which is essentially what the public homepage is, right? The intention here is to market the app to the user. So everything that has to do with that, including this page, right? So now I'm going to move it in there, is what we're going to put in there. So I'm going to move it in there. Okay. Notice I'm using parentheses here. That means that it will not add anything to the URL. It's just here for our internal organization. So if I now go to the homepage, you can see it still works as before. It did not add marketing to the URL or anything like that because it's using parentheses. So it's a route group. So now the organization is a bit clearer, right? So we have something for marketing, and then we have this another app folder here. Now this one does not have parentheses, and we could leave it like that, but I like to also add parentheses here. So each part of the app is very distinct, and it has a similar way of grouping it together. So I'm going to add another folder here, actually. Don't get confused. This doesn't add anything to the URL. It's just for organization here. I'm just going to call it app as well. And I'm going to drag this other app folder in there. All right, so I'm going to drag it in there. Okay. All right, so now let's take a look at our structure here. Well, now it's actually much clearer in my view. So we have two parts in this complete Next.js app, right? So we have one app here for the app directory, not the pages directory. And you can see we have two parts now in our application. We have one part for marketing, basically the public homepage. And we have one part for an app part of our Next.js app. And if we take a look in there, you can see it adds something to the URLs, which happens to be also app. And then in there, we can see we have an account and dashboard page. Okay, so don't get confused by all these apps. It all makes logical sense. We're in the app directory. We're using route groups to organize it internally here. And then we have another app here just to add app to the URL as well, right? Don't get confused. It's not super important, but I think this is a nicer folder structure for a SaaS project like what we're doing here than what we had before, which over time gets very messy, right? So you want to think about organization. All right, so then let's actually start adding some content on all the pages. Let's start here with the homepage. Let's add some content and also start styling it a little bit. So I will go to marketing here. So here on the homepage, what do we want? Well, we should have some image, basically the preview of the app itself. Then we have a heading here, some simple text, and we will have some buttons here depending on the authentication status of the user. So in the example here, I'm currently logged in. That's why I see this. But if I log out here, you will see that I have two other buttons, right? So we'll have some logic here when we add authentication, but we can already get started with the content here and the styling. So let's remove this. Let's start by adding the image actually. We're going to use the Next.js image component. This is something we get out of the box here in Next.js. It has certain benefits. So Next.js will automatically optimize the image or create URLs, at least for that. It will automatically generate a source set. So a bunch of optimizations out of the box. So we need to specify the source of the image. And I'm just going to copy and paste this right here. You can type it out if you want. It's a pretty simple URL. It's HTTPS, ByteGrad.com, course assets, blah, blah, blah. You can type it out, or you can go to the final code of this project and just copy and paste it as well. Now, with this Next.js image component, we need to specify a couple things. So we need to specify an auth description. So we can call it expenses tracker app preview, something like that. App preview. And one of the benefits of this component is it will help us prevent layout shift. So it needs to know what space to reserve for this image for loading the page. So we'll give it a width of 700 and a height of 472. And for styling, we just want to give it some rounded corners, so it's not so cornery. Now, if you do all of that, we still have an error here, because in Next.js, the way it works is when you want to add an asset like an image here, we're going to load this from some other website, from some other domain on the internet, some other server. And Next.js has some security precautions against that. So we need to explicitly opt into using that URL. So we can go to our next config file here. And here we need to specify for images, we have remote patterns. And we want to have an object here. So we'll say for the protocol, only over HTTPS. And the host name should be bytegrad.com. Okay. So if you save here, it should automatically restart the dev server as well. And now if we go back here, we should have gotten rid of the error. So now, so now you can see the image is being loaded on the page. Of course, nothing else is there yet. So let's continue with adding the text as well. So we want to group everything on the right side together. So I will create a div, and then we'll have an h1. The h1 should say track your expenses with ease. And then below there we'll have some text. Use expenses tracker to easily keep track of, well, what was it? Keep track of your expenses And we're going to charge people some money. We'll say get lifetime access for $99. Right? And if we can get 10,000 users, we will be a millionaire. Right? Maybe a little bit more to account for taxes, but all right. So then we have these buttons here. So I will group those together in a div as well. We will leave it for now because it depends on the authentication status of the user. So we'll come back to that later. So let's actually add some styles to this h1. I will make it a text size of text 5XL here in Tailwind. I will make the font semi-bold. I will add margin on top and bottom. It's going to be pretty significant. And we'll make it a maximum width of 500 pixels. I'm using an arbitrary value here with Tailwind. So I'm using square brackets here. So this is not one of the sizes that they have out of the box. So it's called an arbitrary value. And we can do that with square brackets. To style text, it usually looks a little bit better if you can highlight some part of the text. So here I'm making the expenses word a little bit bolder. We can just quickly wrap this in a span. And give it a class of font extra bold. Okay, so that's what we have now. Let's continue with styling this paragraph here. I will make it a font size of text 2XL, and the font weight will be font medium, and I will give it a maximum width of 600 pixels, also an arbitrary value. So if I save here, let me actually close this. This is what we have for that. We'll leave the buttons for now. We need to work on the overall layout here and the background color. So let's scroll up here and go to the outer div of the page. And let me actually make this a little bit less white. So I'm going to add a background color here that will be this main background color. Okay. Now you can see it's not covering all the way to the bottom. So we need to make this at least the height of the viewport. We can do that with min h screen. We're going to use a flexbox. By default, it will put the items here on a row and it will stretch them vertically. Now I'm going to add flex call here. This means on small devices, it will actually be a column layout, but on larger, on wider viewports, it will keep that row. This is a very common type of layout. You can see now when I make it wider, it keeps the row, but when I make it smaller, you can see it becomes a row layout. It becomes a column layout. It's also a bit confusing with Tailwind because it's actually mobile first. So if you just keep it like this, it would be a column layout, but we want it to be a row layout on wider viewports. So you have to say from XL size and up, it's going to be flex row. So this is what we have. We don't want to have that stretching. So we're going to add items center here, which will center it and also stop that stretching. Okay. And we want to center it horizontally as well. And we'll add some gap between there. Okay, so now we have a decent looking homepage. Let's continue with the dashboard and let's add the content, but also the functionality here. So let's take a look. We have a header here at the top with some logo. Here we have two links, the dashboard link and the account link, and we'll also have a logout link, but we'll get to that when we add authentication. We have a heading here on the page. And then here we will have a list of all the expenses that the user has added. The expenses have a row layout, so you can see the description, the amount, and also a delete button, right? So I can remove them as well. Below there, we have the form to actually add an expense, right? So I can fill out the form and add the expense right here. So let's continue with that. And you can see, by the way, when I resize here, we have a nice layout on the homepage, right? So let's now go to app dashboard, which currently is empty. I will go to that page.tsx, here dashboard. All right, so let's actually start with the H1 and everything here. We'll add the header later because we're going to share the header on the account page as well. All right, so let's actually just do all the components here that are unique to the dashboard. So we'll remove this and we'll add an H1 here and we'll call it simply dashboard. And below there we have that list as well as a form. We're going to group that together so we can keep them the same width. So I will create a div for them. Now for the list, we will create a dedicated component for that, right? So just standard React best practices. We'll have an expenses list, and then we'll also have some expenses form. These components do not exist right now, so we need to create them, right? So now we need to decide where are we gonna put our React components. So what I like to do in terms of folder structure is this app directory, this outer app directory, we only use that for actual routing. So other things like storing our components, I like to create a dedicated folder for that, simply called components. Especially for smaller projects, I think this is a better structure. Some people like to add the components directly here with, for example, the page, or if it's dedicated to the dashboard page, they like to add it, they co-locate it here. I'm not super against it, but it does become a bit messy in my view. So I think this is a cleaner separation, but there are pros and cons to each approach. We can call this expenses list.tsx using lowercase here. And here I will create a component called expenses list. I will delete this. Okay, that's one component. I can then go here, use Option Escape to import it automatically from there. Then we have expenses form. Let's go to components here. We can say expenses form.tsx. I can quickly create this component as well. Okay, now I can go to my dashboard page here and import it as well. Cool. So now we have the overall outline of the dashboard page. This is what it looks right now. Not great. So let's quickly style some things here. Let's actually start with this heading here. Okay, we'll give it a class name. So we'll size it at text 3XL. And I will make the font bold. I will make the text white. And I will center the text as well. So now it's almost invisible because the background here is still grayish as well, but we'll change that in a second. Okay, so this list and form should also be centered and they should have a particular width. We're gonna do that here with their parent div here. We'll add a class name here. We'll add a W full here, so it will span the entire width, even if we use Flexbox on the parent here. But we'll constrain the width to 600. So that looks a bit strange, but this is responsiveness, right? So on wider viewports, it will be at most 600. But if it's on a mobile, let's say, it will still span the entire width. On wider viewports, when it's 600 pixels, we want to center it. So one trick you can do is you can say margin on left and right side is auto, and it will center it. So now it will be 600 pixels wide and it is centered, but it's a bit hard to see because we haven't styled the list and the form itself. So now let's actually go to the expenses list component. So this is a list. So a better tag for the surrounding element would be a UL in my view. And let's actually give this some styles as well. So we'll give it a height of 300 pixels. We're going to give it a white background color. We'll add some border radius, we'll say rounded, and we'll give it some margin on the top of 4. And we'll give it a shadow so we can better separate it from the background. So let's see what that gives us. All right, so now we have this. Okay, so we'll leave it for now. Let's go continue here with the expenses form. Let's go there. I can also just command click on this one here. So this will be a form, so a better tag would be simply form. And what do we have in that form? We have 2 inputs here and a button. So description, amount, add expense. So we can simply create an input here. input. I get some nice suggestions here from Copilot. So it has a type of text and a placeholder of description. We also want to add a name here so we can refer to the value in this input later when the user actually submits it. Let's duplicate this because we need another one, and this will be a type of number for the amount of the expense. Right, so here we'll say amount. And for the placeholder, we will also say amount. The placeholder is what the user will see in the input. Okay, and then we have a button, which will just say add expense. All right, so all of this doesn't look great yet, but hang in there. Let's quickly style this as well, and then let's actually add the background color and so on. So we'll make this form the full width of that parent that we just gave some maximum width. We'll add a margin on the top of 8. We'll give it some rounded corners. And we're actually going to hide anything that overflows it. This is necessary so that the edges of the input are actually rounded. All right, so then for the individual input fields, we're going to give this a width that spans the entire width as well. We'll add some padding horizontally of 3, vertically of 2, and we'll remove the outline. And then we want to do the exact same for the other input as well. So we can just copy this and just paste this right here. All right, so now if I check it out, you can see this already looks familiar. Now we just need to style the button. So let's see, let's go down here. And let's also quickly style the button. So I will give this also the full width. And we're going to give it a background color of blue 500. This is a pretty standard color for buttons actually, but it looks good. We'll give it a text of white color. We'll add horizontal padding of 2 and also vertical padding of 2. And we'll make the font bold. All right, so if you have that, then we see the following. Let's continue by actually adding this background color here. This is not just for the dashboard page, but also for the account page. Actually, we want this for everything that is inside this private app part. So let's actually create a component for that. We'll just create another component. We can call it background or background pattern, perhaps. Let's just call it background pattern. Background pattern. And it will actually just be a div. A single div, so we can do a self-closing tag here in JSX. And we'll just add some styles. Now we want this to sit below everything else, so it shouldn't take up any space. And so what you can do in CSS, you can make it absolutely positioned, which will make other elements behave like it doesn't exist, so it won't move anything around. We need to position it at the top and at absolute top and all absolute left of the page. So we're going to say top 0 and top and left 0. We're going to make it the complete width, and we'll give it a height of 250 pixels. The actual background color is the following. So it's going to be hex code 2C9676. And we also want to add a Z of -1. So it will be below everything else. Okay, so that will be the background pattern. Now, where should we include this? If we include this on the dashboard page, it would only be visible on the dashboard page, but it should be visible for anything that is part of this app part, right? So not just dashboard, also account, and perhaps any other page we may add later. So how do we do that? Well, you may guess, if you're already familiar with Next.js, to put it in this layout file, right? Because remember, all the pages will essentially become the children here. So if we add the background pattern right here, then it will be part of all the pages, right? And if we look now, you can see indeed this is true, right? So if I go to app account, I will see also this background pattern, but this is the root layout. So this is for all the pages in our app, also the public homepage, right? And we're lucky right now, if I go there, we don't see it because this other background color is hiding it. But it will now also be on any other page, even if it's not part of the app private area. So we don't want to do this, not in the root layout, right? But maybe we can find some other layout perhaps. And actually, this is where those route groups come in handy as well. So we have this app with parentheses, we can create another layout, but it will just be for that portion of the overall app. So it will not affect the other route groups here, like the home page. Right. So here, as child of the parentheses app, I will simply create another layout.tsx. And here we can create a component called layout, which is very similar to the root layout. So it will have all the pages that are part of the app. It will get it as children here, just like in the root layout. Right. And here we don't want to add an unnecessary divs to our HTML structure if we don't need it. In this case, we don't need to wrap this in a div. So why use a div? No point. So now all the pages of the app route group will flow through here, you could say. Now we always want to have that background pattern, right? So now here we can add the background pattern, right? So let's try this. Now if I save it here and I go back, you can see the account page has the background, the dashboard as well. So now all the app pages will have that background color, background pattern, but not any other page, right? So not the home page or any other portion of our app. That's one of the benefits of these route groups as well. So it's actually quite logical when you think about it, because the home page, all the marketing pages, they typically have completely different styling, actually different layouts than the private area or dashboard that has typically a completely different, distinct layout. So it actually makes sense that we create a layout for this particular route group. Now there is something else that we also want on every page here, which is this header, right? So let's actually also create this header. So let's create a component for that. I think that will be the last, one of the last components we'll create. So don't worry, we'll call it app-header. And here we will create a component called app header. I can remove this. All right, so what do we have in the header? We have a logo, these links, and a logout button. And we have a border here on the bottom. So let's use the header tag here. For the logo, we'll use the image component again. And the source will be the following. I'm just gonna paste it right here. You can type it out, it's not so difficult. So you can do that or just copy it from the final code. We'll give it an alt of logo, and we need to give it a width and height, right? So we'll give it a height and width of 25. And I think that should be it actually for the logo. Actually, we haven't included it on the page yet, so I can't see it yet, but this should work. For that list of links, we'll use a nav element actually, because it's the dominant block of navigation. And in there, we'll have a UL. Now we could hardcode all of the different pages that we may have. It actually is quite nice in my view to extract that out and just put that here. So we can have all of the routes of our app managed here in a JavaScript array. So if we want to make a change, it's easily managed here. So we can create an object. We can say we have a route for the dashboard. And so we can say dashboard, this is what should be displayed, the label, and then the actual path should be app dashboard. Okay. And then the other one will be account. So this should be account. And then we have path app account, yes. Right, so now if we need to make a change or need to add other ones, it's easier to manage it here in a JavaScript array with these objects than if we would hardcode the markup for each one. Because now what we can do, we can just map over it. Right, so now for each of those routes, we can say map over it here. And let's see if I can get all of these parentheses right. Right, so here we can then create an LI for each one. Okay, so we'll say, yes, we want to use the Next.js link component actually, that is correct. So Copilot helping me out here. All right. So this is the structure, typically pretty nested here with nav, UL, LI. That's and then an anchor tag. Actually, this will render an anchor tag on the page. And we actually still don't see anything yet. So before we continue, let's actually try adding this so we can actually see something. So this is the same as the background. We want to see this on every page that is part of that app area. Right, so this is also a good candidate for adding it here to the layout. So let's actually do that here. We'll say app header. right? So all of those pages will essentially, right, if you have the app dashboard page, that will go here. So the app header and background pattern will always be included. So let's see. All right, so now we can see we have this app header, not just on the dashboard page, but also on the account page. Okay, let's go here. All right, let's continue with styling the app header. So if we take a look, the logo and this nav should sit on the same row. So we can use flexbox. I can just say flex, and that will already position them on the same row, but they're going to be vertically stretched. And also we need to space them out. So actually horizontally we can use justify between. It will just put as much space between them as possible. Item center will make them vertically aligned, so it will not stretch them anymore. We'll add a border on the bottom, and the color should be border white with 10% opacity. So in Tailwind, you can simply do /10, and there we go. We have a nice border there. Now we will restrict the width in a bit. Let's continue with the links themselves. So I will scroll down here, and let's actually style the LIs. All right, let's actually add some padding horizontally as well as vertically. When we hover these links, the text should become a white color. We'll make it a smooth transition, and we'll give him a default color of simply text white with 100% opacity. Now we're going to use the active route, so we can style differently depending on the active route that we're on. We're going to use a background color for that. Let's actually just use it for both right now. And we'll make it rounded, so it's not so cornery. Okay. Okay, now for the layout, let's go to the parent here. We will use flexbox, which will position them horizontally. We'll add some space between them, and we'll reduce the size a little bit because I think the default is a bit too big. So we'll make it a text size of extra small. And actually now they're sitting right against the top and bottom. So let's actually go to the header. And I think we should just add some padding on the vertical sides of, let's say, 2. Cool. So now we have a nice looking header. Now it is spanning the entire width here, and it's sitting right against the text here as well. So what we could do here in the layout actually is we could wrap this in a div, right? So the actual page as well as the app header, we can put that in a div here. So we want to restrain the width and then also center it actually. So it's easier to use Flexbox here. Now by default with Flexbox, they're going to sit horizontally next to each other. So we're going to use FlexCall to make it sit vertically again. Now we can use the Flexbox feature. So we can use a gap to add some space, vertical space between them. I'll add a maximum width as well so that the header is not spanning the entire width. But you can see now these need to be centered again. So we can use actually MX Auto. We can use that even without Flexbox, but we could also use Item Center. We'll add some padding on the side. So if we make the viewport smaller, it's not going to sit right against the edge. And also we want to make sure that the page itself will actually span the entire height of the viewport. All right, so if you have that, now this looks really good. So now if we click on account, we will go to the account page. If we click on dashboard, we go to the dashboard page. Cool. Now, one thing I would like to improve here, which is if you click on the logo, people tend to click a lot on this and they expect to go to like the home page or like the root page. In this case, I think if people click on it, they want to go to the dashboard page. So let's actually go to this app header and wrap that link, the image component in a link component. So I will just put the image in there. And we will say this will go to app dashboard, right? So if you just wrap it in there now, if I click on, if I click on the logo, I go to the dashboard page. Now, if we take a look at the links here, it's not completely a good experience because when I hover a little bit below the text, but still within that square, I don't know if you can see it, but it should actually work with clicking, right? But it's not. And that's because we added these styles to the LI. I think it's better to actually add it to the anchor tag, the link itself. So if you click, for example, on the padding, it will also navigate, right? I think that's what users expect. So let's actually move this from the LI to the actual link component itself. So it should look the same, but now if I hover this, yeah, so now you can see wherever I click on that part, it will navigate. So I think that's better. All right, so now you can see they both have that background, but we only want the active route to have that dashboard, to have the actual background. So here on the dashboard, it should only be the dashboard link. So this is the active link problem. How can we solve that here in Next.js? Well, we need to know what route we are on. So we have a hook here that we get from Next.js. So we can assign the path name with use path name. All right, we can call it like this. And we can import it like this. Now, if you save here, you will run into an issue actually, because we are using a React hook, and that can only happen in the browser, which makes total sense because we're looking at the URL here within the browser. So, well, that has to happen in the browser. So we need to turn this into a client component. By default, all the components in Next.js are server components unless you add use client at the top, or you import it into another component with use client, or that is a client component. That's not the case for this one. So we actually need to make it a client component like this. And now we can use this without any issues. So here now what we want to do is we only want to add this background color if it's actually the active route. So let's actually remove this. And let's turn this into a template literal so we can actually run some logic here. So I'm changing it to a backtick here and then an opening. And actually it needs to use a curly brace here, an opening curly brace first, so that we can use a JavaScript feature inside the JSX. I'm gonna close it also with a backtick and then close it with a closing curly brace. And then in here, I will have a $sign with two curly braces. I hope you're still with me. So here we can then have a quick check. So we can say if the route path is strictly equal to the path name, we want to add that background color. Otherwise, we don't want to add anything, right? So here it's a quick way of adding some special styling to the active route, right? So this is what we have. Now you can see when I go to account, it will have the background color, and otherwise it will be the dashboard. In the example here, you can see that the individual expenses are styled like this. Let's actually add an example expense so we know what it will look like. So let's go to our expenses list component. So in here, we will have a bunch of expenses, right? So very similar with the routes, we're going to map over them. So let's say we have some expense, right? So we can just say expenses, right? We're just going to have some array. For now, let's just hard code it. Let's say we have one expense in there, right? They will have some ID, right? Or actually E1, that's fine. We'll give it some description. Car insurance, sure. We'll have an amount. Okay, it gives me some amount. Okay, so this is my expenses, just one expense. And then we want to map over that here, right? So here, Copilot already helping me out, right? Much faster than typing it yourself. This is really the future of coding. So make sure you're using some kind of AI Copilot. But now if we have this, okay, so this is what it gives me. This is not exactly what we want. So we want to have a span actually for the description. So we'll actually use a paragraph for the description. We could also use span or something else. We could actually keep it the div as well. But let's actually change this to these paragraphs. And then we'll also have a delete button for each one as well. Or an edit button. We'll talk about that. I will just use uppercase X on my keyboard. So just the character X as the symbol. Okay, I will save here and let's see what we get. Okay, so now we need to style it a little bit better. All right, so we're going to use Flexbox so that they're all sitting on the same line. We're going to use item center to vertically center them. I will add some padding on the horizontal sides and also on the vertical sides of 2. And we'll have a border on the bottom for each one as well. Okay, so then we have this. Okay, so the amount and the button should sit on the right side. If we can just take the amount and add margin on the left of auto, it will push everything on that part, on that side to the right side. So I can say ML auto and it should push everything to the right side, yes. Then we can just make this font bold, and to separate it from the button, we'll add 15 pixels of margin on the right side. So if you have that, this is what we have right now. Let's actually make sure the button also looks good. So we'll give it a text size of 10 pixels. And I'll give it a height and a width, a dedicated height and width, because we're going to give it a background color. So we'll give it a background color of ByteGrad 500. We'll make the text white, and we'll make it rounded. When we hover it, let's actually give it a darker red of 600. So if you have all of that, now if I go here, you can see we have a nice delete button as well. Of course, nothing works right now. If I try to submit here, it won't work. So we'll get back to this and make it work very quickly. Now, before we do that, let's quickly do the account page as well, just to get it over with all the markup and styling. So here we just have a very simple heading. It's going to be the same as the dashboard, and we'll just say with what email the user is logged in. We'll add the actual email once we work with authentication. So let me close this. Let's go to the account page. It's right here, and it will use the same heading as from the dashboard. So I will open up the dashboard page here as well. Let's actually just copy this entire H1 and let's add that right here. We could actually create a dedicated reusable component out of the H1, but let's keep it a bit easy here. We'll say account here. So now we have that. Okay. And then we will have a paragraph. We'll say logged in with email, colon, and we'll put the actual email actually in a span, but we don't have anything yet because we're not using authentication yet. But we'll make the text white here. We'll add some margin on the top of 2. We'll give this a font of bold, but we don't have anything yet, but we'll get back to that very quickly. Okay, so if you have that, actually we should center this. And actually we should center this as well. We can do that in one go. We can even remove it from that H1 and just put it on the parent element, text center, and it should center all of the text. So that's probably better. Let's see. Yeah, so now that's what we want. Cool, so now we are pretty much finished with all of the markup and styling. So well done if you made it this far. It's a bit tedious perhaps, but it is part of the job, right? So full stack means the front end as well. And so you need to understand how all of that markup and styling works together. Let's also quickly add the props here, or the type for the props. So the props here, I like to separate it out actually into a separate type. But for a simple component like this, we can just say, well, the props is going to be an object within their children, and it's going to be a React node as it's called. It's very similar to the root layout, so we can also just copy it from there, but this should do it. Now, if you really want to master React and Next.js, I do recommend that you go through my professional React and Next.js course. This is my best content that I have, and it has a lot of really sophisticated projects in which we also code together step by step from scratch. So I highly recommend that you go through that one if you are learning React or Next.js, right? I cannot explain everything in one YouTube video. So I think this is really good if you really want to master modern React and Next.js. You can find a link in the description as well for this. All right, so now we have all of the markup and styling are good for now. Let's now finish the actual functionality here. So if I type here something, and if I add the amount, and if I click add expense, it should actually add it here to the list, right? Instead, we have some default behavior here with forms. This is not what we want. Let me actually remove this. So how can we make this work? Well, if this was a pure React tutorial, we can make this work with use state, right? So here we could have the expenses form, right? So here, if we submit it on submit, we could have some state here perhaps, right? Just to very quickly sketch that out for you, right? So we would have use state, right? With all of the expenses in here. Then if you submit the form, we want to be able to add something to there, right? So we could pass the setter down to the form component here, right? We'll receive it right here. So when you submit the form, right, on submit, you could do something like this, where you do set expenses with the previous expenses, you keep all the previous ones, but you add the new one with the data from the form, right? I'm getting errors here, but just to quickly show you that, right? Basically, we are keeping track of state here, because then here we can pass down the prop, the expenses as a prop here to the list, right? So you set it from here, And then we can display it in that expenses list component where we currently have this dummy data, but I could grab it as a prop like this, right? And that's what we would map over then here, right? This is what you could do in like a traditional client-side only React app. Now, that's not what we're going to do here. So let me remove this, right? Let me remove all of this, because here we are dealing with a different situation. We have a full stack Next.js application. And so we don't want to keep track of the expenses in state, use state here, because this will be lost. When I refresh, that use state will not be memorized, right? It will be gone. You could technically add it to local storage, so then it would be part of the user's browser, but they could clear out their browser data and then it would also be lost, right? So this data should be persisted. Even if the user leaves their computer or cleans their browser, we want to persist the data. So we're going to add a database. We're going to store the data in a database. So when the user submits a form, we're going to add something to a database. And then when the user comes back to this page, we're going to read the data. We're going to grab the data from the database. So let's add a database. So there are many databases available. There's something called Postgres. There's SQLite. There's MongoDB. They all have their pros and cons. Now, what I like to use during development, right? So here locally on our own computer, we're not in production yet. This is in development. I like to use something called SQLite because it's the easiest to get started with. It's very easy to set up. And it's just going to be a file. The database will just be a file, part of our file system here, just like, well, pretty much just like any other file we have here. So I'm going to open up my terminal here. Actually, I'm adding a new terminal. I'm still running my app here in the background, but I'm going to add a new terminal here. And to create this database, it's actually easier to do this with something called Prisma. So Prisma is another tool we're going to use to interact with our database. And it will also help us set up our database. But then after we set up the database, Prisma will also help us make queries to our database to actually grab the contents from there and many other things. So to do that, I'm going to install Prisma. We're going to say npm install Prisma. I'm going to save it as a dev dependency. So let's see what that gives us. Okay, so now it's installed. All right, so then the second command I'm going to run here is npx. So not m, but x, npx Prisma. And we're going to initialize our database with SQLite. So we write dash dash data source dash provider and then space SQLite. Right, so it's wrapping here because I don't have enough width here, but this data source provider is one word. We do have a hyphen here and dash dash here, but let's see what we get if we do this. All right, so we get a bunch of stuff here. We can ignore that for now. If we now take a look at our bunch of folders and files that we have a new one here, right? So we have a Prisma folder here, and here we have a schema.prisma file. So basically here we can, configure Prisma. So Prisma needs to know where our database is, right? Prisma is not the database itself. It's just a tool that we use to interact with our database. So Prisma needs to know, okay, so which database do you want to use? So we need to specify the URL of that database. We don't have a database yet, but if we take a look in this .env file that was also created for us, Prisma has automatically added some, suggested URL as to use for the database. So basically SQLite is just going to be a file. So we just need to specify some location for that file, right? We don't have it yet, but we can create it in a second with Prisma. So Prisma will then connect to that. And if it doesn't exist yet, so the first time Prisma will try to connect to it. If it doesn't exist yet at that location, Prisma will create it, right? So we'll see how it works in a second. This has to do with the Prisma client. This is what we will use to actually interact with our database to grab the data from there. Now, the most important thing that I should tell you here as well is that here we can also specify how the data should be structured in our database, right? So we're going to have expenses in our database, but it's important that you think about how it should be structured. So should it have a description, an amount? Should each expense have maybe an ID? Should you keep track of when it was last updated? So typically, we want to specify the following for each table in our database. So SQLite is using SQL. SQL has tables. So here we specify essentially how each table should be structured. So here we will have we'll create one expense table, and we're basically saying each expense item in our database is going to have an ID. It will have some description, which will be a string. It will have an amount, which is going to be some kind of float, which is kind of like a number. And we're going to keep track of when it was created. And Prisma can do this by itself. So it will do it automatically for us. Same with generating the ID. It will just auto increment. It will be 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't have to do it ourselves. When we create a new expense, the only two fields that we have to specify are the description and the amount. All right, now for Prisma, I'm using an extension as well. This will help with formatting and highlighting the things you put in that Prisma file. So since we're using Prisma, this may also be an extension that you want to use. Okay, so now we have specified a bunch of things about our database, but our database does not exist yet. So now we need to run Prisma. So if we open up our terminal again, I will write clear here. Now we need to run Prisma. Prisma will try to connect to that database, which does not exist yet. So it will try to create it. So we can say npx Prisma, and during development, we can say db push, right? So if we run this command, it will do a couple of things. So you can see now here is where we have our actual database. So Prisma has now created our database. We cannot see anything in here like this. And what it has also done is it has added a so-called table in that database, basically with this structure. So it will be an expense table, and each expense should be structured like this. So if you try to insert something into your database that is different, you will get some errors, which is what we want, right? So this also helps us keep our data consistent and will prevent us from accidentally inserting it in completely different formats. And so when you get some data out of it, you know what shape it's going to be because you were only allowed to insert it in this particular shape, right? So it has lots of benefits of specifying it like this. Now, how can we actually see inside the database? Well, Prisma also helps you with that. So we can run another command here. Let me say clear. What we can also do is say npx Prisma Studio. So this will open up a window into our database. Right, so here you can see I'm looking in my database now, and it's basically telling me there is one schema. Well, they call it model, but model schema is pretty much the same thing. And it's called expense. And currently it has 0 items in there. So if I click on there, indeed, there are 0 items, right? Or in SQL, it's called rows, right? And each row will have a column. And so there's no actual data in our database yet. Let's actually just manually do that here. We can do that. Of course, later we actually want to do it by submitting this form. But before we get there, let's actually try just manually adding some data in the UI here. So I can click on add record. And let's just say we bought, for description here, we bought a new bike, right? So we can leave ID auto increment like this. It will just create it for us. And the amount here, let's say was 150. Okay, same with created ad, we can leave it alone. I'm going to click here, so it's not selected here anymore. So now I can just click on save one change. All right, so now we have this data in our database, right? So if I go to dev.db, the data is basically in this file. That's how you can see it. Now, how do we display that data in our database now in our app here? Well, let me close this. Let me close this as well. So if we go to that component, let's take a look. Expenses list. Here we still have the dummy data, right? We just wrote something here. So now we don't want to get the expenses like this. We actually want to get it from our database, and we can use Prisma, right? So we're going to use Prisma pretty much whenever we need to interact with our database. Now we need to instantiate a so-called Prisma client instance. So we basically need to have a Prisma variable we can use in our code, because then what we can do is we can do the following, right? So we can run a query called find many. Basically, this will get all the items in this table called expense was automatically created for us. But we do need to have like a Prisma variable, like a Prisma client instance. So I also like to create an instance for my database in a separate folder to nicely separate these matters. So I like to create a library folder or lib. And then for the database, we can just call that db.ts. And we will just instantiate that here. Although you can do it in any other location. Now with Prisma, they actually have a recommended way of doing that. It actually looks super complicated, but you don't need to be intimidated. You can find this snippet here. Actually, you can find it in the final code of this project as well. Or you can Google for Next.js, Prisma, recommended Prisma client instance, global variable, something like that. And you'll see a link somewhere where with this snippet here. So you can just copy and paste that. It looks very complicated, but in essence, what it does is it prevents multiple instances of this Prisma client being generated. So we just want to have one instance that we actually connect to. So here we have Prisma, and now I need to make sure I'm importing it from that @lib-db, okay? And one of the benefits now with Prisma as well is that we know when we get the expenses from the database, we know how it's going to be shaped, right? So we have some type information here. Now, what it will give us, this is actually going to be a promise, right? So we do need to await this here. And we can do that these days, right? This is a server component. Everything is a server component by default. We can make it async, and then we can just use await, right? So let's actually go back now. And you can see when you go back, you will see that we have that piece of data, right? That expense that we just added to our database. Now it's being displayed here in our app in the UI, right? Pretty slick. Let's actually try adding another record here. Let's say group dinner. This was $400. I'm gonna click here to deselect it, and then I'm gonna click on Save Changes. Okay, so now I have another item here in my database. So now if I go here and I refresh, you can see we have another row here, another expense here, because when I refresh, this component is run again. It's rendered again, meaning all of the statements inside of it are run again. One of those statements is this, where we are getting the expenses from the database. All right, now very quickly, we are getting data, fetching data in this expenses list component itself. And I think that's fine, but typically there are also some good arguments for fetching the data that you need on a page directly in the page component itself, because then you have a clear overview of all the data that is being fetched when you load this page. So that is actually what I like to do. So actually, let's move this out of here. I can remove the async from here as well. And I just copied that line. I'm going to remove this. And we're just going to paste it here, right? So here we will import the necessary things. So here we can still do async because the page components are also server components. So here we will get the expenses. And now we just need to pass it down to the list, right? The list still needs them, still needs expenses, but it will get it as a prop now. Expenses. So we say expenses, we just pass it down as a prop. And so now everything should work again, right? So now everything works again. Nothing with deleting works here, but at least we now have a way of interacting with our database and reading data from there. And that's a very good first step. Now for the type here, let's think about what we can do here. So let's type this. I like to separate it out into a separate type. So I will call it expenses list props. I will say expenses list props. So the props will be an object with one field here, expenses. And it's going to be an array of, well, actually, what is going to be the type that we pass here? Well, if you hover it, it will give you the type here, right? So we can just copy this, actually, because that is what we will get, right? If I just paste that here, you can see the red squiggly lines are gone, and yeah, so now we should have the proper type. Okay, now this may look very strange to you actually, because you may think, wow, we are connecting to our database from a React component, and how is that possible? Is this even safe? And actually, yes, right? So this is a server component, meaning this component only runs on the server. So this statement, for example, only runs on the server. And on the server side, of course, we can connect with our database. We are not connecting with our database from the browser, from the client side. No, this is running on the server side. So that's perfectly fine. It's only what you return here that will be shown in the browser, right? So it will take some time to get used to, but that's how it works. And again, I have a complete course on React and Next.js. I'm going through things pretty quickly here. But if you really want to master things and build multiple projects step by step, I highly recommend you go through that course. So this is reading data. We're getting data from our database. Now, what about the other CRUD features, right? So CRUD is create, which we will do with this form. Read data, that's what we're doing right now with just one simple query. Update data, we could have some kind of edit icon here. We'll talk about that. And delete data, right? So we also want to make this work. So let's continue with finishing the CRUD functionalities here. So let's actually continue with trying to add this, add the form data as an expense here as well. So what we need to do is when the form gets submitted, right, I have some description, new books for $75. If I click on add expense, it should be added to the database, right? Let's start there. So if I submit the form, let's see, expenses form, if I submit this, the data of the form should be added to our database. How do we do that? Well, we are doing something that's very typical in a Next.js app here, which is we are reading data in a server component, typically the page component. That's basically getting the data, reading the data, but any other type of action that you want to perform on data, like creating new data, updating data, deleting data, this is typically done with a so-called server action in modern Next.js. So now we're getting data in these page server components, right? We're doing some find many query in a server component, specifically the page on the dashboard. Now adding data or deleting data, updating data, this is typically done in server actions in Next.js. So you don't use a server component for that. It's just a React component, but you use a function on the server that will do that, right? Traditionally, you would use some kind of API endpoint, and then you would have a post, put, or delete request to there. But now we use server actions in Next.js. So this is a server component, mostly used for reading data, for getting data, but then for updating data or adding data or deleting data, basically your traditional post, put, and delete API requests. These days, we don't have to set up a completely separate API endpoint. We can just use something called server actions. And actually, this is one of the main innovations in Next.js in the app router. And React, of course, it's they're working in tandem. But basically, this is a new way of sort of creating API endpoints on the server side. Since these are pretty important, these so-called server actions, I like to create a dedicated folder for them as well. We can call it actions. And I will create one file here with actions.ts. And in here, we can create, we can just write some functions. But very importantly, we need to add use server at the top, which means these functions will only run on the server side. And so we can do some things like interact with our database, like adding something new to our database. We want to export it, and we can say async function. This should be, well, we want, what do we want to do? Well, we want to add an expense, right? So we can call it add expense, and we will get the data from the form right here, actually. It will be of type form data. And then here we can insert something into our database. So here we can use await Prisma again. We want to import it from that same file that we created. And here, previously we were doing something called find many, but there's also find unique, find first. So this is all for getting data, reading data. There's also something called create when we want to add something, right? So here we, well, we already get a good suggestion here from Copilot. And actually I get a red squiggly line here. It probably should be singular. So prisma.expense.create. It needs to know what to create, right? So here we have data, and we only have to specify two things here. How do we know what to specify? Well, the TypeScript here will help you out, but this is based on our schema here, right? So ID and created add will automatically be taken care of for us, but description and amount, they have to be added here, right? So if I leave that one off, you can see I get a red squiggly line here. Now you can see we're getting the data here from this form data argument, It's of type form data. It's a bit of a tricky data structure, but that's what you will get when you submit a form essentially. And you can do something called form data.get, and then you have to use the name, right? That's why we added the name. So here we get description. And so we can do form data.get description. Here I'm doing form data.get amount, but we want to make sure it's a number type. So we have some strange as a string. Why do we have as a string? Let's actually remove that. So if you remove this, we will get a red squiggly line, because if we hover what we get here from a description, for example, it will say that, well, this description could be part of the form, but it could also be null, right? So if we leave something off in the form, it could technically be null. So we're just going to assume that it always is there. It's not going to be null. It's always going to be a string. And actually, let's clear this out for the amount. So we'll have form data.get. We will have amount. Now, we want to make sure that we actually pass a number here to number type here to the database. So we could wrap it in number here, so that even if it's a string, it will be converted into a number. How do we make sure that when we submit the form that all of this works? Well, you can just copy the name of this function. Will run only on the server. Basically, your traditional way of creating an API endpoint. Maybe you've done it before, maybe not, that's okay. But it's just a function that will run when we submit the form. So now we will not use onSubmit. Maybe you were used to that. We can actually just use the action attribute here, and I will paste the name of that function. We do need to import it, right? So here I need to import it from that file. And now Next.js knows, hey, if this form gets submitted, Next.js will collect the data from whatever the user wrote here, and it will submit it to the Next.js backend, the Next.js server side. That's what we will receive here, right? So the form data is what we will get here, and then we can just use Prisma to insert it into our database, right? Pretty cool. Let's see if that works. So I already filled it out. New books, amount is 75. I'm just going to click here. Let's see what happens. All right, so I just clicked and I don't see anything, but the form was reset here. How do I know if now the data is actually in my database? Well, we can go to our Prisma Studio here. If you forgot, if you maybe closed it, you can just open up one terminal here. It could be another one. I just have two terminals now. Prisma Studio is just running here, still running, and my app is running in the other terminal here, right? I had some errors, but you can see my Next.js app is running here and Prisma Studio is running here. So this is my database, the data in my database. If I refresh now, you can see I have another entry here. I have inserted something into the database from my app here, right? Pretty cool. And I didn't even have to create a separate API endpoint and then make some awkward post fetch call. Right? This is the innovation of server actions, because it's just like creating a function. I don't have to create an API endpoint. It's much easier. But behind the scenes, there is still a fetch call. So in case you're interested, let me just quickly show you that. So here we could have, actually if I refresh, by the way, you will see the new entry now as well, right? Because when I refresh, it will run that dashboard page component again, right? So then on the dashboard page, what are we doing in there? We are getting all of the expenses, right? So once we added it to the database, we just need to make sure that we run this again to get all of the expenses again, right? But let me show you how it works with server actions. If I submit something here, if I just say test amount 55, if I click on add expense, you can see there is still a fetch call from my browser to the Next.js server. And you can see there was actually a post request to this URL, basically on the location on which we're using the server action. There was a post request and it had some data. You can see it has some payload here. It has a description of test, an amount. This is the actual contents of the form. That's being submitted here over the network to the server side as a post request. And so that is basically what we're getting here, right? So basically this function is being invoked from the browser, and it's basically Next.js behind the scenes and React taking care of all of the details, right? In my view, this is one of the biggest innovations. It makes creating full stack applications much easier, because in the past you had to set up a whole API endpoint and then make some awkward on submit and then some post fetch call. This is much more ergonomic. All right, so now if I refresh here, you can see I have test in my database, and I don't have it here yet. I have to refresh so that this page here can run this again, and it will take all of the expenses from my database. Now it would be nice if I can submit something here, test 2, right? $10. If I submit here, that it would automatically also get all of the latest expenses from the database again. So I don't have to manually refresh. I can immediately sort of see it here. Can we do that? And actually, yes. So one of the benefits with these server actions, let me close all of this. One of the other benefits is it integrates with some other functionalities as well. So we can call something called revalidatePath. Basically, we want to trigger this line of code to run again, because this will get all of the latest expenses and then it will show that in the UI. So if we can trigger that to run again, right after we just added something to our database, we should be able to also get the updated UI. So what you can do is revalidate path, and here which route is, well, it's going to be app dashboard. So let's actually also add app. So this should trigger that route, the components on that route to run again, right? So then we should be able to get all the latest expenses. Let's see if that works. I will say quick check, $100. I'm going to click on add expense right now, and you can see it actually updates the UI for me without refreshing. So I think that's pretty slick. Another try. Okay, let's make it $99. I'm going to click on expense, and you can see it just, well, it updates the data in the database, right? If I refresh here, you can see we actually add the data, but then also it updates the UI, and it actually does that in one network round trip. So this does not mean that we're going to have separate round trips. It actually will update the data and then also render this component in the same network round trip. So very innovative, and this is one of the reasons why a framework like Next.js is becoming so popular and really powerful. Okay, now I have a bunch of dummy data again, basically not really serious items. I would like to delete these. So how can we make sure we can also delete expenses? Well, remember, reading data idiomatically, like the standard way, is doing that. That's what you do in a server component. Any other type of action, like updating, creating, deleting, typically done with a server action, right? So here we can also create a server action, just a function, JavaScript function, but it's in a file with useServer at the top. We can do it for other things we want to do as well, like deleting an expense, right? We can just delete an expense, and we can use Prisma here to delete one. Now Prisma needs to know which one you want to delete, right? So we do need to pass in, well, which one do you want to delete, which item? What's going to be some number, and then actually here we need to use that. Right, so now when we invoke this function here, or server action, we need to pass in the ID of the item, the expense item we want to delete. So let's see, we have the expenses list. And here we are mapping over each expense, and here we have our delete button. Now, in a form, we had the action attribute, but we don't have that here on the button to invoke that server action. So here we can actually still use onClick. Okay, and we will run a function. So when there's a click on that button, we will run a function. What do we want to do in that function? Well, we want to call delete expense, right? So here, actually, we will make it async await. I will just add async here, and we'll say await. And we do need to pass in the ID of the one we want to change, right? So that's just the one that we're currently mapping over. I will import it, and I will save it right here. Now, when you do that and save here, you will see that we run into an issue because I'm trying to hook into the click event in the browser, right? So on click means when there's a click event, we want to run that function here. But that can only happen in the browser, right? There's no click event on the server side. This component right now is a server component. And so when you try to do something like on click, any event handler actually, like on change, on click, on submit, all of that only happens in the browser. So you can only hook into these events in the browser. So then it needs to become a client component, right? So React hooks and event handlers, that's always a client component. So we could add use client here to the top, right? Use client. But then a lot of other things are affected by that, right? So we were doing this only for the button here, but now all the other things are also affected by that. The entire list here, the li, these paragraphs. In this case, it's not a problem, right? Because they don't really have any logic. It's just markup here. But you can imagine that if you have one element here that needs on click and you add it here, you're going to affect a lot of other things as well. So what we could do is we could create a component for this button and then just add use client to that component file, only that one. And then it would not affect the other parts, right? That would be a little bit better, but let's keep it a bit simple and accept what we have right now. Let's try it out, right? So now when we click the button, we are invoking this server action. It's the idea. So let me actually delete the bottom one. So another try. I'm going to click here. Okay, so I just clicked. I don't see anything yet. If I go to the database, you can see this is the one. If I now refresh, you can see it's gone, right? So that is working. If I refresh here, you can see it's also gone. So that is working, but of course we want to have that same trick. Basically, we want to revalidate this path when we update the database, right? So after we do that, we want to see the latest list. So now if I try just clicking around, you can see we have a really nice experience. We are now well on our way on finishing this feature for the user so they can actually properly take care of their expenses. So in terms of CRUD, we now have the C, right? Create. Basically, by submitting this form, we're creating a new resource, right? We're creating a new expense in the database. So CR, read, right? So we're getting the data from the database. We also have the final one, D, right? Delete data. We can do that now as well, very easily, boom. But then we still have the U, right? CRUD, the U in there, that's update. You can imagine that we also want to allow the user to update or edit the expense that they already added to the database. And we can certainly do that. We can add some icon here, some pencil item, and then when you click that, maybe we can already load that data in the form, and then they can change it and submit the form again, right? So what you could do is, and actually it's very similar to adding an expense. So you could actually just copy this and just paste it here, and we could create another server action here, right? We can call it edit expense. So you would submit the form again with the updated data and the ID of the expense that needs to be changed, right? So here we would expect expense dot, well, let's see, update in this case. And so Prisma needs to know, okay, so which one do you want to update? Okay, so this one with this ID. And then here we would pass the new description and amount. Right, so it would look something like this. It would look very similar. So I'm just going to skip it for this project. But if you want, you can add it yourself. So I will leave it for now. We will not do this. It's very similar to the other actions here. So I think you get the point. Let's move on from this. All right, so now we have a nice dashboard here with the functionality. We have 2 pages here. We have a public landing page as well that we can use to entice the user to sign up and become a paying member. But of course, users can simply type it in, right? So somebody can just type in app dashboard and they can go directly to there and start using the functionality. So now the user doesn't even need to pay to get access. And also the data right now is not separated by user, right? So here we're just basically dumping all the expenses from our database in this one view. So everybody would see the same expenses. So we need some kind of user accounts. We need an authentication system and we need payments. I'll explain how it works. But before we do that, there is another very important part of pretty much any SaaS product, which is analytics. So that's where today's sponsor comes into play. This is PostHog. I had another video with them as well. I had a great time working with their products. So you're gonna need some kind of analytics solution. Now I like using PostHog because you get a bunch of powerful features out of the box and it's very easy to set up. And so what we get here is basically your traditional web analytics, right? So how many viewers are going to each page. This is very important. You want to see where your users are coming from, right? So the people that sign up, where are they coming from? From which referrals? On which pages are they landing, right? Maybe you have a blog post that's ranking really high on Google and it's getting a lot of traffic. So if you need to be aware of which pages are producing all of that traffic and which are converting a lot of users into becoming paying members. So web analytics and product analytics will help you with that. Now, product analytics is even more dedicated for like software, for dashboards, and specifically how people are interacting with your software, right? So we want to see where people are clicking, if they're rage clicking, right? So a lot of clicks because something is not working perhaps. We can also keep track of how many people are logged in every day, right? Daily active users, monthly active users. Are people sticking around or are they churning very fast, right? So if you have a monthly subscription, are they subscribing for a long time, or after 1 or 2 months, they're already stopping, churning, and perhaps in that case, a one-time payment would be a better solution. Also, a session replay. This is actually a really cool feature. You can actually view some of your users' sessions and what they are actually doing. So you can actually sort of track them and see exactly how they're interacting with your app. And there are a bunch of other things here. I have a completely dedicated video on PostHog as well, so check that out in case you're interested. For now, we will quickly set this up so we can start using it in our software here. Now, when you sign up for an account, I would highly appreciate it if you would do it through the link in the description so that PostHog knows that you're coming from my video. Also, in the sign up process, they may ask for how you heard about PostHog. I would also appreciate that you heard about it from ByteGrad. And once you created an account, you will see something like this, right? So make sure you create an account through the link in the description. You can pause the video and then you can continue. All right, so once you sign up, you will see some dashboard like this. I currently have not connected any app or website to this account. So the first thing we want to do is we want to create a new project here in PostHog, right? So you will see some layout like this. It may change over time, but they will have some option here for a new project. So we are building a project called Expenses Tracker. So I will give it the same name here for the project. All right, so then it's asking us which products we would like to use. So mostly we are interested in product and web analytics, also session replay. Start first with web analytics, but that doesn't really matter for now. All right, so then here they give us some options of installing it in various frameworks. We are using Next.js here. They have the actual docs separately from the dashboard here as well. We will use that in a second, but we can still follow the first few steps here. So we will just quickly install npm install PostHog.js. So I will just install it like this in a new terminal. Now I can close the terminal again. Okay, and now we need to add environment variables. So they will already be pre-filled for you. So we can just copy this. Now in Next.js, there is a convention to use .env.local. However, some tools like Prisma have the convention to use .env. That's why we already have a .env file. Now we could create a .env.local file as well, but I don't want to complicate things in this video too much, so we will stick to using one environment variable file. Make sure that .env file is added to your git ignore. This was traditionally not the case actually in a new Next.js application. However, since the latest version, I believe it should be added to .git ignore, but double check yourself. You can see it's grayed out here as well, so that's good for me. So now I will add it to this file. Okay. Those are the environment variables that we need. All right, so now below here, they will give you an instruction to set it up with the app router. So we could use that, but in their docs website, it seems to be slightly different, and I do prefer what they have here. So let's actually continue with this. So here we have a router specific instructions. Right, so you can find that link by clicking on read the docs here, and then if you scroll down, you will see something for the app router specifically. So they recommend that we create a PostHog provider component, very similar to using the React Context API. So when should we add a component like that? Well, so far we have added all of the components in a dedicated folder called components, but this is a third-party component. Right? So what I like to do for that is you can create a folder called a vendor. So basically a third party may suggest that you create a component, and I'm just going to add all the third parties, in this case PostHog, but we may have other ones as well. So let's call this component phprovider.tsx. And here I will copy all of this and I will delete the comment here at the top. All right, so what is this doing? Well, it's very similar to a React Context API. Basically, you're going to wrap the entire app or a big part of your app with this provider component, and you allow the rest of the application through as children here. So it does not affect the use client will not affect those children being passed through, right? So it's not like if you wrap an entire app like this, that all the components become client components. Some people seem to think this. As long as they pass through as a child, like children, with the children pattern here, this will not affect them. So they can stay server components. Right, so make sure you've mastered the fundamentals of React and Next.js. There are some tricky things, but for now, we just have that component here, PH provider, that we're importing from PostHog, and it's doing some initialization here when it first loads. So we have a TypeScript issue here because technically the environment variables could be undefined. TypeScript doesn't know if this actually exists, so we could do some validation of the environment variables. That would be a best practice, but we will cheat a little bit here for time's sake. We will just use an exclamation mark to tell TypeScript it's always defined. Okay, I will save here. All right, let's see. Next, we need to use this component somewhere in our app. We're going to wrap the entire app essentially with this provider. So let's go to our root layout. Let's see. So we have app. We have here, this is the root layout of our application. So all the pages will still go through here, right? Even though we have a custom layout for the app portion of the app, right? But still, that will still go through the root layout as well, right? So this is just like a nested layout, but everything ultimately, all the pages will still go through here. So we just need to copy the name here and then wrap our entire app essentially with this provider. Okay, make sure you import it from our own components file, not the PostHog package. Right, so I'm importing it from our own components folder. Okay, all right, let's see what next. PostHog is now set up and ready to go. So that is good. Now we want to capture page views. So as we browse around here, we are changing the page here, right? So I'm going to dashboard now, and now I'm going to account. Now the way this works in a Next.js application is that this is client-side only navigation. So it's not like there is a whole new HTML file coming from the server, like how it would be done traditionally, right? So in the old school websites, if you were going to another page, you would get a completely new HTML file from the server. However, the navigation here, you can see the header stays the same. And the only thing that's changing here is the part in the middle here, which are just these page components that we have set up for account and dashboard here, right? So when you navigate in a Next.js application, you're basically just swapping out these page components. Everything else stays the same. So this header stays the same, right? So when I'm navigating here, you can see it's making some requests, right? So it's making a request for account and dashboard, and this is a fetch call, right? So here for account, for example, you can see when I go to /account, it's going to make a network call to get that page component essentially. Now it's a React server component, so it has some ID, and that is what you're getting back as a response, right? So this is some React server component payload, as it's called. You don't need to know all of this, but basically that's what's happening in a Next.js application. You're just swapping out those React server components, and it's not like we're getting a completely new HTML file over the wire. And that makes capturing the page views of the user a little bit trickier, right? So here we have some instructions on properly capturing them in a Next.js app with navigation like that. Basically, we can create a component that whenever it's loaded, will send a network call to PostHog to notify PostHog that there was a page view. It will not render anything in the UI. It will just have this use effect that will make some PostHog capture call. So that's how we're going to capture these page views. That's the last thing we do here, so bear with me. I will go here to vendor, and we will say ph page view.tsx, PostHog page view. Okay, I will copy this from their docs, and I will replace everything with what we have there. I will remove the comment here. So basically, we're going to include this component on every page, and it will read the current URL that the user is on, as well as any search params that are part of that. It's going to use the PostHog hook, so it can actually make a notification to PostHog, the PostHog server, So whenever the path name changes, so basically whenever the URL changes or the search params change, it will make that capture call, right? We don't need to worry about how it's specifically done. It's just constructing the URL to let PostHog know which URL the user was on. And that's the only thing that that component will do. Right? It's not going to render anything in the UI. Now there's something else here. So that component will then be sandwiched in between this suspense. And that has to do with client and server-side rendering. We don't really need to know what that is right now. But basically, when you use search params, this may disable or opt out the page out of static rendering into dynamic rendering. And we can prevent that from affecting some other parts by wrapping it in a suspense. I would say this is more of an advanced topic. I can't go into depth here, but this is the one we want to use. So it's just a small benefit as it relates to static and dynamic rendering. So now we just need to make sure this is included on every page as well. So here they show, let's see, they show us that we can include it right below the provider component. So now we just need to make sure this is included on every page as well. So we can actually just go back to that provider component and include it there. So let's go to our other PH provider and we will just include it here right next to the children. Right, we can call it PostHog page view. So here we need to import it from our own component file that we just created. And actually it automatically renames it here to suspended for me. That's fine with me. All right, so really last thing I want to do here is we also want to know where people are dropping off, where they're leaving our pages. So we can enable that here when we initialize PostHog. We can just copy that or just write it out. But here we're saying capture the page view is false. That's because we're now in the Next.js application. We kind of have to do it ourselves because it's not like a traditional routing. It's not like a hard navigation. It's a soft navigation. So we kind of have to do it ourselves. And we also want to say capture page leave, yes. Okay, so there's many other things we can install here, but I think for a basic setup, this is right. Let's actually navigate around. Now I'm refreshing here. I'm navigating around. We can say test 55 as an expense just to play around a bit. I can remove that again. Let's see, can click around back and forth a couple times. Let's go to the home page. We have our home page right here. Okay, I'm gonna refresh here. Okay, so now I clicked around a bit. Now let's actually go to our PostHog dashboard and see if we can see something. So I'm gonna refresh here. And actually here it still shows me the installation process here, but here I can see that installation is complete. So we can actually just continue here. Yeah, so here we can actually set up some configuration. Right, so here's we want to enable heat maps, some other interactions, yes. Enable session recordings. I will also enable that. I will click on next. I don't want to invite any teammates now, so I will finish here. All right, so now I'm in the home page here, but let's go back to web analytics. So we can click here, and here we can now see some visitors, their page views, the sessions. We can see how many people are currently online, right? So now one user here is active. Session duration. So basically, when a user is in the app, their entire experience is one session, right? Unless the user stops using it for, I believe, out of the top of my head, it's about 30 minutes, and then comes back again. That would be a new session. But if the user stays interactive without having too much of a break, everything together is one session. So here we can see how many unique visitors we have. So basically all the traditional analytics that you would expect are right here. Okay, also retention, right? So for SaaS, cohorts are really important. Now there's a bunch of things we could do here, but let me show you one important thing. So let's say the user is trying to submit an expense and something is not working in our app. What's going to happen is users that try to rich click. So here I'm clicking many times because something is not working, right? So the user tries to rage click and we have a bunch of expenses. Let me remove these as well. So we're not. So now the user has rage clicked here. Now we want to be notified of that because that is typically a very strong indicator that something isn't working properly. So what we can do actually, we can go to session replay, and a session replay is actually keeping track of my session here. So you can see here in the beginning, it was already tracking what I was doing here. I can actually view it with the UI here. I think it's pretty slick, but we're basically looking over the shoulder with the user here. And you can see that what I was doing here, so I was explaining something, so my mouse was moving around here. And now I was trying to navigate, was going around here. It will skip the inactivity. So if there's nothing interesting, it will skip. All right, so then here, if we go forward a little bit, yeah, here you can see I was trying to click it a lot of times, right? So many times here. So here it detected that I was sort of rage clicking, right? So here again as well, actually. So when you view these sessions, you can see here in the timeline that there's a bunch of events essentially here clustered together. Those are really interesting to us as developers because that may often be a bad thing and something that we may want to fix. We also want to see heat maps. So it will give us some highlights of where people are typically clicking, for example. If you click on authorize URL, it will give you these new options. We can click on toolbar here and we want to launch the toolbar. So now we are back in our own application running on localhost 3000, but PostHog has inserted some widget here. Basically, it's asking us about actions. Well, let's do something else here. We want to see the heat maps, right? So here I can ask for the heat map. I want to see it actually in the app dashboard. So let me go to app dashboard. Although this would be perfect information for the marketing page as well, right? All right, now it may take some time before it loads, or you may need to click around a little bit before it has some data. But you can see it will basically just show you where there were clicks, right? So in our case, I just freshly installed PostHog, so there's not much. But you, of course, will see a lot of clicks for navigation. Right, you'll actually also see it often for the logo. So if you haven't wrapped that in a link yet, that may be a good idea. But yeah, this is very useful, of course, if you want to know what users are expecting from your UI. Okay, so that is PostHog. We could talk much more about it. You can see also when I'm navigating, it will show us the clicks on that particular page. All right, so I will remove it from my page for now, this toolbar, but very great for analytical purposes, I would say. So we could talk much more about PostHog, right? So we can also keep track of daily active users, weekly active users, very important for SaaS. And many other things, like feature flags. So you want to test a new feature, and before you release it to everyone, you just want to release it to a smaller percentage of your users first and see how they're reacting to it before releasing it to everyone. Experiments, surveys. But I would say this is a good introduction and a pretty easy setup with PostHog. All right, so I will close this for now, and I will go here and click on Close Toolbar. All right, now when it comes to analytics, there's always the issue of using cookies. And so you want to make sure you are compliant with the relevant jurisdictions. Right, so there is information about this on the PostHog website as well, but there is a lot of information elsewhere as well. They also have a video on cookieless tracking, but I thought I should mention it's a good idea if you are building a SaaS product that, of course, we want to stay compliant with the rules and regulations. It's a good idea to read up on this a little bit and make sure that you're following the law. All right, so now we need to continue with adding user accounts and authentication so we can actually check if a user is logged in before they can access this functionality. But also so we can separate the data by user, right? I don't want to see other people's expenses. After that, we're going to add payments. So then if a user wants to access this, not only do they have to be logged in, they also need to be a paying member. Some really core features of any SaaS pretty much. So let's continue with that. All right, so now let's continue with adding authentication to our app so that users, when they go to the app portion of our application, that we can check if they are actually logged in. What does that mean, actually logged in? What are we specifically checking? Well, if I go to the application tab here in the DevTools, here we can see the cookies. So you can see I have some cookies here from my PostHog installation. Make sure you're following the laws when you do this. This was just an example. But we don't see any authentication cookies here. So typically with authentication, when there's an incoming request from a user to view this page, we're going to check to see if they have some cookie that has a so-called JSON Web Token, a JWT, or the other major strategy for authentication is with so-called database sessions. In that case, the cookie will have some ID for a session. If a user has it, it means they're logged in and they should get access. Otherwise, they are not logged in and we want to redirect them to a login page, let's say. That is basically authentication in a nutshell. Two main strategies are JSON Web Tokens or database sessions. We talk a lot about this in my React and Next.js course as well, so if you want the complete details, I highly recommend you go through that course. Now, we could technically implement it ourselves. It is what we do in the course. However, in practice, I do recommend using a third party that has thought about how to implement it and provides many benefits and many features out of the box. So if I'm building a SaaS for myself these days, I would not implement authentication myself. There's just too many mistakes you can make. And at some point, you also want to add more advanced features like roles and permissions. There's a lot of things that come with that. So I like using a third party, and specifically I like using Kind. I am sponsored by them. I'm a brand ambassador for them, but I had a great time working with their product. Now, it doesn't really matter what solution you want to use for authentication. All of the concepts, the major concepts that we're going to talk about, will work the same for any solution, whether you're doing it yourself or you're using a third party. So you will still learn authentication, the relevant things for authentication, even though you may be using a different solution. But in this video, we are going to use Kind. And I recommend that you use the link in the description as well if you want to sign up for Kind. So here you can go, if you click on the link, you will see some button here, start for free, where you can create an account. So go ahead and create an account. You can pause the video. All right, once you're logged in, you will see a dashboard like this. And the way it works is we could have many applications, right? We're just creating one application here. So the first thing we want to do is add an application. So I'm going to click on Add Application. And this will be for our expenses tracker app. Right? So we will say expenses tracker. So Next.js is actually more of a backend framework. Right? There's a lot of server-side features. So we will go with backend web. Right, so then here we are building a Next.js app. So I will click that and I will save here. Okay, we have an existing code base. So let's click on this tab here. All right, where is our project running? It's on localhost 3000. Yes, that's correct. So Kind needs to know where to redirect the user to after login, for example. So we'll say set on this one as well. Okay. Then here we need to install the Kind package for Next.js. Okay, I will copy that. I will close all of this. I will open up a new terminal here and install it right here. Okay, I can close this terminal. All right, so then we need to update environment variables. Basically just add these environment variables. We can go to .env again, .env. And I will just add this right here. Okay. You can see after the user has logged in, we are going to redirect them to /dashboard. Now our URL structure is slightly different. We have app in there to properly distinguish between the private app part from the public area. So let's add app here as well. If they log out, we will just redirect them to the home page. That's fine. Okay. Then we need to add an API endpoint, basically a route handler in our Next.js app. This is what Kind will use internally to make everything work in our Next.js app. And actually, I will copy the path here. I'll copy the path of this, what the new file should be. Now, actually, I can click on here somewhere, not on a particular file or folder. I will click on new file and I will just paste that path. If I do that, it should automatically create that file at the appropriate depth, at least in Visual Studio Code. So now here we just need to add this code here. Okay, we don't have to work with this, so we can just forget about this now. All right, and that should do it. So now we can use the Kind features. So we can add login buttons and register buttons. But before we do that, let's start with actually protecting the app portion of our application. How do we do that? How do we make sure that when we go here, when we make a request, that it's actually going to check if the user is logged in, meaning they have some kind of JSON web token. In this case, we're actually going to use JSON web tokens. So we need to check if they have a valid JWT. So let's go to app dashboards here. Let's open up this page component. So here we are interacting with our database. Right? So remember, our data is actually the most important thing. If we make some mistake in the UI and it looks a bit off, that's not the end of the world. But if we actually leak data to people that shouldn't have access to it, or we allow accidentally people to update data in our database, even though they shouldn't have the permissions to do so, that's a real problem, right? So our data is really important. And so before we interact with our database, you want to make sure that the person, the user, is actually authorized to do so. So before we make this find many query, we want to make sure the user is actually logged in. So one of the things we can do is have an authentication check. So with kind, anywhere on the server side, we can use the function getKindServerSession. We can use this in a server component, which is what we're doing here. We can also use it in a server action. For example, right before we update some data in a database, you can also use it in an API route, a route handler. So this is commonly used when you're working on the Next.js server side. And we can get some things from here. So for example, we want to know if the user is authenticated. And so we have is authenticated. And actually, we can check it like this, but it is actually it's a promise actually. So I'm going to have some nested parentheses here. So we can do await is authenticated. So it's actually a function that we can call like this. So if the user is not authenticated, we want to redirect them. So in Next.js, we have redirect, next navigation. Now we don't have a /login page ourselves, although we could create something like that. We can instead just pass off the user to that API route that we just created, and then Kind will manage all of that for us. Kind has some default authentication or login page out of the box. So actually that will be API auth login, right? And I'm getting all of that from the Kind Next.js documentation. They actually have great documentation here where they show you the various options you have to protect routes with Kind auth. And actually when I do that, I'm already being redirected, right? So let me actually try doing that again. So this is the dashboard page, right? So now before we interact with our database, we're first going to check if the user is logged in. So if I type in app dashboard, I'm not logged in. I don't even have a way of logging in right now. So I can't possibly have some token that is valid. So if I go to app dashboard, it should reject me. So let's see what happens. And indeed, I'm being redirected here to a login page, and this is all managed by Kind, right? So I don't have to create a whole login page and have all of that logic. No, I don't have an account even, right? So now we can actually create an account. So I have no account. I can click on create one. So let's create an account here, and it will prompt me for some information here. Now I like to allow the users to log in with their GitHub account, let's say. So in here, in our Kind project, here under authentication, I can also specify the options with which the users can authenticate themselves. So by default, it's just email and then a code, but there are some other options here as well. Now I like to enable GitHub at least. So let's enable GitHub here, and then we will save that. So then we should see the other options, well, just one here, GitHub as well. When we refresh or try to go to this page again, actually I already see it. So here you can see I can now also authenticate myself with GitHub, but first I need to create an account. I will do it with GitHub here. All right, and then actually I'm being redirected to app dashboard, right? Because I changed the environment variable. So now I can access app dashboard. If I inspect here and go to application, you will see that I now have this access token. This looks like a bunch of gibberish, but this will actually contain a lot of information. But this is a JSON web token, and it will contain maybe the user's email, for example. It's just in a gibberish format. We need to sort of decode it to grab useful information from there. But this is what the user can use to authenticate themselves to us. Right, there's also something called a refresh token. So usually this access token expires at some point and you have to refresh it. So there's a bunch of logic that technically we could manually do it ourselves, but it's quite time consuming and pretty error prone in my view, especially once you want to do some more advanced things. So I will leave it like that. So now we are logged in. So now I'm protecting this dashboard app page. But of course, we also want to protect the other pages here. So what we could do is I can go to the account page that we have, and we can do the exact same check, right? So here, if I copy this, we could technically also add it right here. I do need to import getKindServerSession and the redirect here. Now I'm using await here, so we also need to mark this as async. Okay, but now I have the same check in the account page as well. So if a user goes here not logged in, they should be redirected to the login page. All right, now let's also give us a way to log out again. Also so that here during development, we can quickly test to see what happens when the user is not authenticated, right? So now we need a way to remove the cookies again. Manually, I could clear my cookies, but we want to have a logout link anyway. So Let's do that in the app header. Let's go to our component for that. We called it app header. So actually here after this nav here, we can actually do it right here. So kind will also give us a logout link. So if I start typing logout link, you should see it pop up here as a suggestion. And here we want to say something like logout. Okay, let's actually quickly style this. We will give it some white color with 70% opacity. We will give it a font size of 12 pixels. And I will add margin on the left of 10 pixels. All right, so now the layout is not what we want. So let's see if we can change that. Let's see, so here we are using justify between to manage the horizontal spacing of these flex items. Let's remove that. Now they will all sit next to each other, but I can add margin left auto on this nav block, which should push everything on its side all the way to the right side. Right, so let's see, I can go to nav here. I can do ML auto and it should push all of that stuff all the way to the other side. Right, so we also talk a lot about Tailwind and CSS in my React and Next.js course. But now you can see we have this logout link. So let's actually try it out. I'm going to click on logout and yeah, I'm being redirected here to the home page. So now, let me actually close this. So now if I go to application again and cookies, you can see I don't have an access token anymore. That's basically logging out, basically just removing the access token. Right, now if I try to go again to the private area app dashboard, I should not be allowed, right? Because I'm not logged in, and indeed I'm being redirected to the login page. So now we need to give a user a normal way of logging in as well, right? So we also want to have some login buttons here. So let's go to our home page. I'm going to close everything here. Let's go to actually it's the marketing page, right? So here we have that page.tsx in the marketing route group. So here we have that empty div. So we want to have a login link. That's also a component that we can get from kind. So I will just copy it like that. So I will just import it like this. And actually I find that I need to import it from /server here actually. So I'm importing login link from kind auth Next.js /server. So if you're running into an issue, try adding /server to your import path. Then here we can say login. And then we have another button here for register link. So I will add register like this and also importing it from /server here, right? So now we should have two links here. Okay, now let's quickly style them a little bit. So in this div, I will add margin on the top of 10 and I will space them out horizontally with space X. So that's a way of spacing without using flexbox. So we want to give them now some background color. So let's go to login link here. I will give this a background color of pure black, text white, and we'll give it 2 of padding on top and bottom. Horizontally, we'll give it 4. Okay, we'll make it rounded. We'll say rounded LG, and we'll make it a medium font weight. Okay, so this is what I have, and that's what we have. All right, so the register link will have something similar. Let's actually copy all of that and just change a couple things. And actually the only thing I want to change here is this transparency for the background, because if you have two buttons, typically one should be dominant and the other one should be a little bit de-emphasized. So it's clear to the user what the main action is that they can take. So we're just reducing the opacity. It's a quick way of doing that. Right, so now let's try it out. If I click on login, let's see what happens if I do that. I'm being redirected here to the login page. I already have an account, specifically my GitHub account, so I can just click on that button and I should be redirected to the app dashboard. Yeah, so now I'm logged in again and I can use the functionality right here. Right, very easy way with kind to add authentication, and we get a lot of things out of the box. I have a lot of other videos with kind, so make sure you check it out. Cool. Now, is this the way that we want to protect our routes? Let's quickly go back to what we have. So what we do now is when the user tries to access app dashboard, we have this authentication check. And we want to do the same when the user goes to the account page, right? So here we have account. So if we go to the account page here, we are doing the exact same thing. So you may say this seems a bit duplicative. We have to sort of copy paste this every time we want to protect some route. Is there maybe an easier way of doing this? So you may be tempted to do it in the layout file, right? And for example, in this layout that we have just for the app part of our application, you may think, well, all the pages will go through here, you could say. So we only have to do it once. We can put it right here, right? So I could also copy this and just do it once only in the layout. So then I don't have to pollute every page file with this duplicative check. Doing the authentication check in the layout, whether it's a root layout or in the route group that we are using, this is typically not recommended. And the reason is simply that, yes, it may do the authentication check when you first load that private part. But if you then subsequently navigate, right, so after loading, now I'm going to navigate to /dashboard, then it's not going to do the authentication check anymore, right? So the layout files, they do not re-render when you navigate. So the authentication check will not be done when you navigate after you loaded the app. And typically we do want to check that, right? So when the user first loads the app, we want to check, but after that, when they start navigating, we probably want to check again. Right, so in my view, it's better to not do it in layout. So this is, I think, a perfectly fine way of checking authentication. Yes, it seems a bit duplicative, but we can also create a utility function out of this so it doesn't take up as much space. Now there is another option though, if you really don't like this, there is another option. So what we could do, and don't follow along, I will just quickly demonstrate. We could also use middleware actually. So middleware actually has many advantages. I have other videos on this with authentication. It's a pretty big topic. You can also do an authentication check in middleware. So then whenever there is an incoming request, before it does anything else on the server side, we can quickly check the authentication status of the user as well. In that case, we don't have to duplicate this in every page component that we want to protect. So yeah, actually, in many ways, it's preferable to use middleware, and I have other videos on that. However, in practice, there is also a downside to using middleware. It has to do with in production where it's running. So typically a Next.js middleware is running in a so-called edge environment. So this is like high performance, closer to the user, but it's a more limited environment. So the compute resources are less. Some things may not work like you would expect. That's the downside of middleware. However, as of recording, this seems to be solved in the near future. So my guess is that in the future, most of the authentication will be done in middleware. So this is something that we also do in my course. But for this project, I will stick to using the page level authentication checks like this. I will delete the middleware file that I created here. And we will continue like this. All right, now on the account page, we could display some user information, for example, their email and many other things, but this is just a simple example. So here we would like to display their email. So how do we get that? So if we go to account here we would like to display their email. Now we could just get user info. We can say const user. So kind will let us know the user info here as well. So what we can also get from that getKind service session function is a function called getUser. We can call it like this, and it will just give us the user information. So for example, the user email. I do need to use curly braces. We can say user.email. Now, if I go back, you can see I'm logged in with ByteGrad@gmail.com. Right, so that's a quick way of adding some user information. Some other things may be like the user's avatar, if it's available. There are some other properties here as well that may or may not be available. So that's good to know, I think. Something else that we commonly want to do is now if we go to the home page, while still being logged in, if we're already logged in, I don't want to see these authentication buttons, right? So here is, if we go to the home page, here is also where we could get the user. And if the user is logged in, we can change the buttons. So we could implement that here as well. It would be quite similar to what we just did here. So we could implement it, but I think it's a bit tedious and I think you get the point. So right now we can also just leave it like this. If the user clicks on login and they're already logged in, they're just going to be redirected to the app dashboard anyway. So I propose that we just skip that and continue working on the other things we have to do. So we are protecting these pages right now. So when we get data, right, so if I go to /dashboard, we're going to get the data from our database. But before we do that, we have an authentication check. So that's good. But remember, we're also interacting with our database in another way. That's when we add some data here. So if I say test and some amount, $50, remember what we're doing here in the expenses form, we're using a so-called server action. So if I do command click on this is a so-called server action. The data of the form will be sent to this function here, and here we try to insert something into our database. Now, the important thing to understand about these server actions, right, these will be invoked when I now submit the form, but let me show you what happens in terms of the network tab. So if I submit this now, if I click on add expense, you can see there is actually a fetch call. I'm not making the fetch call. That's what React and Next.js actually are doing for me behind the scenes. And it will contain the data of the form. It will be sent from my browser to the Next.js server side. It will contain that information that I'm submitting. So that's still a fetch call to, well, the URL on which you're using the server action, and specifically it will be a post fetch call. So technically it could be possible that somebody tries to, well, submit a post network call to this URL, and they may be able to invoke this function, right? That's all that a server action is anyway. So of course, Next.js has some protections in place, but we should still treat this like a public API endpoint, right? So previously, if you were setting up a server and you had some REST API, you were also adding protections for that. And it's the same with these server actions. You also want to make sure that this is protected. And right now, this is not properly protected. Anyone that can invoke this function may be able to insert something here in our database, even if they're not logged in, perhaps. Right, so here is also where we want to do an authentication check before we interact with our database. So actually it's also on the server side. So we can actually copy all of this, what we had in the pages so far, and we can actually just paste it here because this is all server side anyway. So the logic here will stay the same. And now we are checking to see if they're actually logged in before they can add something to the database. We want to make sure that we also do the same if we have some editing features, right? No, but we don't want users who aren't even logged in to be able to edit some expense, right? So here first we're going to check, is the user even logged in, right? And we will do the same here for deleting expenses. Just going to copy this. So pretty much any server action that we're going to have will need to have some authentication check in there as well. And again, we can change this into a utility function. We'll do that actually a little bit later, but I think it's good to explicitly see how all of this works. So very important with server actions, don't forget to protect them as well. So now we have found a way to protect our pages, our server actions. The other thing that authentication is necessary for is so we can separate this data, the expenses, by user. Because right now, when we load the dashboard page, what are we doing? Well, here we're just getting all of the expenses from the database. All right, find many, there is no filter. We're just going to get all the expenses, right? No matter who it was created by. But that's not what should happen, right? So I'm logged in right now. When I load the page, only the expenses that I created should be retrieved from the database, right? So we need to separate the data by user, right? Very important. Now, there are many ways of doing this. So maybe you've heard of the term multi-tenancy. This basically deals with the question of how to separate the data for each user. Now, a very extreme way of doing that, you could say, is to create a separate database for each user. And that was also back in the day how a lot of apps actually worked. However, it's more common these days to have one database for all your users. I'm explaining it in a simplified manner, but that's what it comes down to. So we will stick to that. It's a bit easier. So we will have one database for all of our users, but then how do we separate that? How do we separate the data for each user? Well, the expenses in our database can still keep track of who created the expense, right? So we can just keep track of the ID of the user that created the expense. Let's actually make it a string. So we are adding creator ID here to our model. This is the Prisma model, but the actual structure in our database should be in line with what we have in our code here. So we need to update the actual database. And we use that Prisma client as it's called. So we did Prisma.expands.find many. Well, that Prisma client also needs to know that we can use creator ID. So to make those updates in those other places as well, whenever you make a change here in our code, you want to update those other things as well. So I will stop the dev server for now. I will write clear. So what I want to do here is I want to say npx prisma db push. Right, the alternative is to create a so-called migration. Maybe you've heard of that. However, we are still in the beginning stages of our app. We're rapidly prototyping. So in this case, it's a bit easier to use the db push command here. And actually, I need to make sure I'm saving the file here. So now I will run npx prisma db push. All right, so here it says something about that it needs to, the data will be lost. That's okay, because it's not really important data here. We're just in development here. We can also add a seed script if we want, very easily done. But now you can see it says your database is now in sync with the Prisma schema. So basically our actual database structure is now in sync with what we have here in our code. And it generated the Prisma client. So if I go to, now if I go to the page for the app dashboard, this Prisma client, that's this, what we use here. Now, when we get data from our database, we don't want to get all of the expenses from the database, only the one that belong to that particular user, right? So now let's actually run our app again. So I will say npm run dev. So if I go to app dashboard, you can see it had to delete all the data. That's okay. But now we want to do two things. When we create an expense, we need to keep track of who created the expense. And then when we load this page, and we grab the expenses from the database, we only want to get the expenses that belong to the logged in user. And let's actually start when we add an expense now to our database. So let's see, we do that in these actions, right? That's the idiomatic way in the latest Next.js to add something, to update something, delete something. So here you can see we're adding an expense. So we do an authentication check, the user is logged in, and then we're gonna interact with our database. And you can already see, since we updated the Prisma client, basically this Prisma variable, that's how you can think of it, it's actually telling us property creator ID is missing, right? So indeed, because now when we create the expense, we also want to keep track of who created it. So we need to get user information here. So we can simply use that get user again from kind, and get user. And we will say get user, and this user will have an ID from kind. We can simply use that. It's basically a way of sort of synchronizing an external third-party auth provider data with our own data. Basically, each expense will now have the kind user ID. When we create an expense, we are now keeping track of who created it. Now, when we load the expenses, we don't want to get all of the expenses, only the expenses that belong to the logged in user's ID. So we need to get the ID here as well. We can say get user, we can get that here as well. Okay. So now find many, we can provide some filter essentially, or a where clause. So we can say only find the expenses where, and then another object where the creator ID is equal to the logged in user's ID. Right. So this is how we separate data when you have one database with multiple users or tenants. You have to include this where clause with pretty much every query that you make. Okay, so now let's see, we should be properly separating the data. So now let's try it out. I will say new bike for $100. I will add the expense. Okay, I will have new books, $50. I will add the expense. All right, that looks good. If I load the page, everything is still working. Let's actually inspect the data in our database. I can open up a new terminal here, and I will use npx prisma studio. It will open it up in a new tab here. And you can see all of the expenses have a creator ID. This is coming from kind, but this is how we're separating the data. Now I'm currently logged in with one account here. I will quickly show you that it's working. If I now log in with another account, it will not show these expenses. You don't have to do that because it's a bit annoying to create another account. But let me quickly demonstrate this to you. So I'm gonna log out here, and what we would expect in the other, if I create a new account, it would not see this, right? This should be private only to this user, which is, let's see, bytegrad@gmail.com. Okay, so I will log out here. I will register a new account, and I will use my support email. So I'll create a new account. And now I'm logged in with another account. Now it's support@bytegrad.com. And you can see here when I load the app now, you can see I don't see those other expenses. If I now add something here, new computer, if I add for this account, this will now be private to just this logged in user's account. Now, if I go to the Prisma Studio here, you can see I can still see all of the data here, but it's separated based on this creator ID column, right? So you can see it's a different ID. That's how we now separate our data. Okay, so I will log out from this account and I will log back in with the account that I had before from GitHub, the GitHub account. So let me quickly show you that. Yeah, so now you can see it's only these two expenses that I'm getting in my dashboard here, not this expense from the other user. So well done for making it this far. We now have a full stack Next.js application with authentication, with essentially CRUD capabilities except editing, but we could implement that if we want. And we saw the server action for that. But basically, these are already the core features of a SaaS. Now, the one major thing that is missing, of course, is the payment, right? So here, the user should also pay before they get access. All right, so now we're gonna add payments. Now we're just gonna add a one-time payment of $99, let's say, but it all works very similarly if you had, let's say, a recurring membership and users would pay every month. So all the logic or a lot of the logic is very similar. So regardless of your exact monetization strategy, a lot of the logic will be the same in a full stack Next.js application. Now, there's many ways you can implement payments. There is not one set way, but what I actually propose is that we just start with adding a payment button, just so we can get started somewhere. So what we want to do is if the user is logged in, we don't want to show these buttons. We want to show a payment button. All right, let's just start there. So let's go to our marketing page. That is this page. So here, if I scroll down here, we have our authentication buttons. But if the user is already logged in, this is not really appropriate to show. We want to show a payment button now. So we will have some conditional logic, but we need to know if the user is logged in. So we can use kind again. And again, this is still a server component. So we could do is authenticated and then get kind server session. And then we can just do something like is logged in. We can just call that. Now remember, this is actually a promise. So we want to await that. And we can do async here to make that work. So now we know if the user is logged in. Okay. So then here for those buttons, we can have some conditional logic. We will say, if the user is not logged in, right? So if the user is not logged in, I will use parentheses here. Then we actually want to show these authentication buttons, right? And actually then you have to use a React fragment, right? So make sure you've mastered the React fundamentals. I have a complete course on that. So if the user is not logged in, we have this. Now you do with the ternary, you do need to specify the alternative. So else we will have some payment button, right? So we'll say pay. Okay, and if I save here, it doesn't work. So let's see, maybe I messed up one of the parentheses or curly braces. It happens sometimes. Yeah, so I need a closing parenthesis here, I believe. And then I can get rid of this one. And now it should work. Okay, so sometimes that's still an issue with parentheses and curly braces. All right, so I'm logged in, meaning I have an access token in one of my cookies. And now I have a pay button here, okay? Let's quickly style this. So I will give it a background color of black as well. And I will make the text white, just like the other buttons that we have. I will add horizontal padding of 4, and I will add vertical padding of 2. And I will round the corners of the button, and I will add a medium font weight, just very similar to the other buttons that we have. So then if we go back, you can see if you're logged in, you're going to see a button like this. But if you click on it, nothing happens yet. We'll get to that in a second. All right, so we're going to add payments. So what we want is that if a user tries to access the private app area, we need to check for a couple things. So first of all, we're going to check, are they actually logged in? Meaning, do they have a valid access token, essentially? And then here, before we actually start going to our database, we want to have an additional check. We want to see, have they paid, right? Or actually, do they have an active membership? So actually, let's add that here. So basically, when they need additional permissions, this is called authorization, right? So authentication is the first step, you could say. It's just checking who the user is. But then after that, there may be other things, other permissions that the user may need to actually get access or do something. So that has to do with authorization. It's a whole topic on its own. And now what we want to do here is just check if that user has an active membership. Now, there are a couple of ways that we can do this, right? So what we can do with kind, for example, this user here, we can assign the user a role. So they may have some kind of roles, right? Just pseudocode here. Does the user has a role of paying member? So when the user pays, we can give the user a role with kind, and then we can check, do they have that role? That's one way of doing it, roles and permissions. Well, another way of doing it is to keep track of this type of data in our own database. Right, so we want to keep that data about who is a paying member, who has a membership. We want to keep that in our own database. Now, another way that you can do this, and that's what we're going to do in this video, is to keep track of it in our own database. So here in our own database right now, we are keeping track of these expenses, right? Now we can also keep track of who is a member, right? So we can have another model here. Let's actually do that. So we're not going to add a user model because we're using a third-party authentication provider, Kind. Kind is already taking care of the user, but we want to keep track of who is a member, right? So a membership is also an entity that we can keep track of. So whenever there's a new paying customer, we're also going to create a new membership in our database, right? So this is also like an entity that you can think of, a membership itself, not the user, but there is a membership. And this membership will have an ID. I'll get some suggestions here. Let's see. So we will delete these. So for sure, each membership will need some kind of ID. Fine. We need to have some kind of unique identifier. Now here is the important part. Which user has that membership, right? So here we will use a user ID. So when the user pays, we're going to create a new membership in our database, and we will store that user's ID with there. Okay, and then we can also keep track of whether it's active or not, right? So we will have active or maybe paused or not active or inactive. Okay, and we also want to keep track of when it was created. Okay, and maybe also updated is a common one as well. Actually, without this at default, actually it has its own decorator like this. So now we will know when it was created, the membership, and also if there was an update, Prisma will automatically keep track of that here as well. But basically the membership itself is an entity in our application, and that's what we're keeping track of here. Now remember, whenever we update this in our code with Prisma here, our actual database is not automatically updated with this. So our actual database does not know that it needs to be structured like this now. And the Prisma client that we use to actually interact with our database in our code here, make queries, also doesn't know about this yet. So let's go here. And actually, I will delete the other terminal here. I will stop my dev server for a moment. We're going to update all of that now with npx prisma db push. Okay, so now you can see the database was updated to be in line with this, but also the Prisma client. Right, so now I can run my app again, npm run dev, and I can also open up Prisma Studio. So let's see what happens inside our database. Right, we can see this is a way of actually checking inside our database. So I'm looking at the expenses data here, but if I close this, you can see I have now two models in my database where all of the expenses, right, we're keeping track of that, and also all of the memberships that our app has. And right now you can see that is empty. There are no memberships yet. No user has purchased a membership. So that's why it's empty. But this will hold the information necessary to check if when a user tries to access the dashboard, if they have an active membership, right? So this is one way of doing it. There are other ways of doing payments. It's not one set way. So then how would we check for that? So here, there's an incoming request from a user, right? They will have some ID. So we can check if there is a membership in our database with that user ID. So we can say membership. Membership is, we can use Prisma. This is the Prisma client. So now the Prisma client knows that we have a membership model, right? That's why we can do .membership. If I ask for suggestions here, you can see it also knows about expense. This is the Prisma client. And it will be updated after you do that db push command. So we just want to find some membership, right? Find first or find unique, perhaps. Basically find the first membership here that has the user ID of the currently logged in user. So let's say after that, Prisma doesn't find any membership in our database. Well, then we know that the user should not have access, right? They haven't paid or their membership is inactive, right? So not only if there is no membership or there is actually a membership, but the status is not active, right? In that case, they should not be allowed to continue here. We don't want to do anything here with the database. Here we want to return out of the function here. We don't need to redirect them to the login page because they're already logged in. They just haven't paid. So in this case, we can just redirect them to, let's say, the home page, right? And we can make it more sophisticated and show maybe a message, but let's keep it a bit simple here. Right, I will add this here. So we have a check, is the user logged in? And then we have an authorization check. This is a very common structure. First, the authentication check. And after that, typically you have some kind of permissions. It's very common in the real world. You need additional permissions to do something or have access to something. That's the authorization part. Okay, so this is one way of implementing that check with payments. So now let's actually try. If I now refresh here, let's see what happens. I should not be able to have access. Yeah, and indeed, I'm being redirected to the home page. Now then on the home page, we could show a payment button. And so now if I try to access the private app dashboard route, you can see it doesn't allow me to, even though I'm logged in, because it can see that I don't have a membership, right? So we want to have the same check on the account page as well. So let's go to the account page. Here we have get user info, but actually this should just be the authorization check. We will include Prisma here as well. And now this account page should also be better protected. So now if I try to go directly to app account, dash app account, I'm not a paying member, and indeed I'm being redirected to the home page. So now on the home page, we want to allow the user to pay, right? So now we can maybe add a purchase button on the home page. Okay, so now we have a pay button and we have protection in place. So if I try to go to app dashboard, even though I'm logged in, you can see I cannot access it. So now we want to allow the user to actually pay, right? So if I click on pay, I should be able to pay. And actually, let's call it purchase. Okay, so we have a purchase button now. So when we click this, something should happen, right? So when I now have a click on here, we want to hook into the click event. We can do that with onClick. So when there's a click on the button, we want to run a function, right? So if I try to do this, you will see we run into an issue here because we need to hook into the click event. That's happening in the browser. And here, all of the components in Next.js by default are server components, right? So this is a server component right now. And you cannot hook into the click event on the server side. There is no click event on the server side. It happens in the browser. So we need to make this a client component. Now, I think it would be a mistake to make the entire page a client component. Technically, we could do something like this, but you can see we are already using async await here. That's not possible in the client component. This kind function is only meant for the server. So there's a lot of other things that get affected by that, even though we only need this for this little button. So in this case, it's better to refactor this into its own component. Right, let's actually do that. Let's quickly create a component called, new file. Let's call it purchase btn, purchase-btn. And I will just create a function here, purchase btn, and we just copy the entire thing into here. Okay. Now this component will become a client component. Right, so only this specific piece of the UI becomes a client component, and then we can insert that here so that the rest can stay on the server side, right? So that's how you compose the React components in a Next.js app. So now we have this, now the error is gone. This can all stay on the server side, but just this little piece will be shipped to the client so that it can hook into the click event, right? So React hooks or hooking into browser events, that should become a client component. Otherwise, you want to try to keep it on the server side. Right, I have a whole course on React and Next.js, modern React, modern Next.js. Highly recommend you go through that to master all of this. All right, now what do we want to do though? So when I click now, what actually should happen? How can I pay? So we need some kind of way to allow the user to pay. So we're going to use Stripe in this video. I'm not affiliated with Stripe, but it is a popular option on YouTube and other places. So I already created an account. Now, if you log in to that account, by default, you will see some kind of dashboard like this, and they may change the layout over time. And by default, at least for me here, I'm in some kind of test mode. We can leave it like that. We don't actually need to set up everything for live production, actually accepting payments. We can do some dummy payments. So how can we do that? So you do need to set up some things here. So we want to tell Stripe which products we want to sell. So we need to create a product here. I will click on add a product. All right, so here we need to give it a name. And what are we actually selling here? So we are selling the membership, right? So we can call it maybe the name of our product, expenses tracker membership. Okay, and then what description do we want to give them in the customer portal? Maybe we can say something like one-time payment for lifetime access, right? Something like this. Okay. You can add an image. They have other options here. Now we are just creating a one-off product here. So they only have to pay once, and we will make it a $99. Okay. And now I can add this product to my catalog here. Okay. So now Stripe knows that I want to sell this. So now how do we, when I click here, how can I pay for that? Now Stripe actually has quite a few options. All right, now how do we actually want to allow the user to purchase access here? Do we want to show a form, some payment form here directly on our own website? Maybe, but Stripe also offers their own page. So we can also redirect the user when they click here to a page hosted and managed by Stripe. It's a bit easier, in my view, also safer. So Stripe actually has many ways of allowing payment. So they give some options on the website. So here under Stripe checkout, we want to use the Stripe hosted page, right? So it will just be a page created by Stripe, and we will just redirect to there when they click on this. That's basically the easiest way. You can also add a form directly on your own website. So we could add a form here if we want. Then the user doesn't have to be redirected, and it can be even more in line with your own branding. But we will go with Stripe hosted page for this example. So to do this, here in the dashboard under developers, there is an option here for API keys. So we do need an API key from Stripe to make this work. So I will use the secret key here. Make sure you don't show it to anyone else. That's why it's called secret. So I'm going to copy the secret key, and I will go to my environment variables here. And now we will add one for Stripe. So we will say Stripe secret key. Okay. And I will paste that one that I just found in my dashboard. And again, don't show it to anyone else. It's actually secret. Here we do not add next public, right? So here we added it next public, so it may be visible in the browser. We do not want this to become visible in the browser, so we do not add next public here. Okay, so we just leave it like this. Okay, so now how do we redirect to that page? Well, we need to know the URL of that hosted page. Now Stripe will give us a URL, but we need to generate that URL. And this needs to happen on the server side. So let's actually do that in a server action. So this is something we can use a server action for. Here we will create a new server action, and we will call it create. Well, it's actually called a checkout session. So we will create a checkout session, basically generate a URL that we can then redirect the user to. We only want to allow logged in users to do this. So here we want an authentication check. Let's just copy it from one of these other server actions. I will just quickly copy this. Okay. So now we want to use the Stripe package to create that session, and then Stripe will give us a URL. Right. So here we are creating that session. We will get a session from Stripe. And then what we can do is we can redirect to the URL of that session. Right. That's how it will work here. So we do need to install a Stripe package. So I will open up my terminal here and I will simply install npm install Stripe. All right, now to actually use this, we do need to import Stripe. I will actually write it here first. We will actually import it with uppercase first, and then we can instantiate that variable. We can say new Stripe. So here we are using that secret key that we added to the environment variables. All right, so here we have a second parameter here for the API version. So I'm getting some suggestions here from Copilot, but this depends on when you're watching this video. So if I use IntelliSense here, I get this suggestion. Now, I cannot guarantee that this is 100% correct or safe because I'm just going by what TypeScript gives me here. But if you search around for this, you'll find which API version you want to use. This is just an example. This is what I'm using. But you want to double check what the best version for you is. It may be something completely different, especially if you're watching this at a later date. All right, so here also we have a TypeScript issue because we don't know for sure if the environment variables are going to be present. We're going to cheat a little bit again, and we're just going to say that it is always there. So now we have the Stripe variable here. So now we can do stripe.checkoutSessions.create. You can see Copilot already helping me out here. Let's see what it comes up with. Yeah, so here you can see we can configure a lot of things about this session. So I will actually just accept this. So how do we want to allow the user to pay are some things we can specify. Now we will not do that here. We will just stick with some default options. And let's also change the success URL. So if the user successfully paid, where should they be redirected to? Well, then they immediately want to use the dashboard, right? So let's just say we're going to redirect to localhost 3000 dashboard. If they cancel the payment, where should they be redirected to? Well, just the homepage, right? They shouldn't have access in that case. Okay, so here, line items is for what we want to sell. Now, Copilot gave me something with price data, but actually I want to use an ID of the price. So if I go to the Stripe dashboard, if I go to that product, if I click on that product, it should have an ID for the actual price itself. So here I can copy the price ID, right? So you have to find that. And then I can paste that right here. So then Stripe knows the exact product I want to sell. Now, when the user clicks on that purchase button, they'll be redirected to Stripe's page. Now that page will also need some kind of email. And since the user is already logged in from our authentication here, we can already pre-fill that email field. So we can say customer email. We already have the user's email here with kind. Right, so here we can say get user, and we can say const user is get user, and then here we can say user.email. I'm getting a TypeScript issue here because technically there could be not a user. Actually, that's just the default type I'm getting from kind here. But we know after the authentication check that there is always a user. So we will just cheat again a little bit. Now, when the user pays, right, so user will go to the Stripe page and will actually pay there with a credit card or so. Then it's up to us to fulfill the order, meaning we're going to create a membership for that user in our database. And so we need to know the user ID of the person who just paid. So Stripe will, after the payment is successful, Stripe will notify us, hey, somebody paid. So we need to know who paid, right? So here we can specify what Stripe should give us. So we need to know the user ID of who paid. So I can use client reference ID. And so Stripe will notify us, hey, somebody paid. And you'll see how the whole flow works. With payments, it's a bit tricky with the flow. You just need to see it a couple times. But basically, Stripe will notify us, hey, somebody paid. We need to know who paid. Well, Stripe will say this person with this ID paid. And then we can update our database. Right? That's basically fulfillment. But you'll see that in a second. Cool. So now this should be enough. So we will get a session here. and that session will have an ID. Okay, this may also be null, but again, we'll cheat a little bit here. We'll say this will always be present, right? So we're skipping some steps here to keep it a little bit simple. So there may be some bugs or errors, but I'll leave it up to you to fix those. Okay, so now this is what we want to run when the user clicks this button, right? But this is a server action, right? So we need to invoke it ourselves. So when we click here, we want to run this function. So I will copy this name. It's a server action, but we can actually just invoke it like a normal function, although it is async await, right? It is async, so we need to make it async await. I can just import it like this. So previously we were using a server action in a form, and we had the action attribute in that form. Right? That's one way you can invoke a server action, but you can actually also just do it like this outside a form. In a client component, we can just invoke it like a function, like you're used to. That's also possible. So now we are going to run this function when we click the button. Okay. So that should be enough. Let's try it out. So now I'm going to click on purchase, and it may take a second or so, but you'll see eventually I'm being redirected here to a Stripe hosted page. The email field is already filled out with the email with which I'm logged in. And that's because in this session that we create, we already specified this here, right? So now I need to pay. Now Stripe has like a dummy credit card data. So you can use 4242 all the way. And then everything else you can just fill out however you like. You can pick some location, and then I can click on pay. Right, so let's actually see what happens. So Stripe is going to check the data, and yeah, we just have to wait a little bit and see what happens. It should take a couple seconds, and I think it should be finished. And yeah, so now the payment is successful, and I'm being redirected. And now it's very confusing. The payment was successful. Why am I being redirected to the home page? Because here we just said if the payment is successful, I should be redirected here to app dashboard. But now it's redirecting me to the home page. Now actually what happened here is that it redirected me to app dashboard. So actually that actually went all right. We just don't see it because it happened so fast. But remember, what are we doing on this app dashboard? We're going to check, is the user logged in? And yes, the user is logged in. But then we check if the user has this membership in the database, and we haven't implemented that yet. So it will not be able to find the membership. And so this also redirects us to the home page. That's why we now end up at the home page, even though we paid. So after the successful payment, we need to create a membership in our database for that user. That's our duty, basically, right? That's how we fulfill the order, right? The user has paid, but their credit cards, they spent money with us. Now they need to actually get access, right? And right now, if I try to go to app dashboard, I just paid. And now I try to go there and it redirects me to the homepage. So now I feel scammed. I don't have access, right? So we need to make sure that we update our database when the user has actually paid. So how does that work? Because we have our database right here, but Stripe, that's a separate entity, right? That's not ours. The payment doesn't happen on our servers. So if we go to transactions here, for example, I was already testing this before recording, so you'll see more transactions. But you can see this latest transaction happened as I just showed you. This was some payment here, and but that's all on Stripe's part, right? That's not reflected in our app or in our database yet. We don't even know about that. So Stripe is just somewhere else. It's not really connected to our app. So how do we know when a user successfully paid? So this is the concept of webhooks. So Stripe will let us know when there was a successful payment. Stripe will actually send us a network request. This is a so-called webhook, and it will let us know, hey, somebody paid, and this is their information, this is their ID, right? And typically this is sent to a route handler, an API endpoint, right? We use server components and server actions for different things, as we've seen, but route handlers, I would say they are still a good use case for webhooks. We will receive some notification from Stripe, and Stripe will say, hey, somebody paid, and then we can update our database, basically create a membership for that user so they have access. The fulfillment part, you could say. So Stripe needs to send us this notification. So Stripe needs to know where to send that notification to. Right? That's called a webhook. So if we go to developers here you will see an option for webhooks. So Stripe needs to send us a notification. Now Stripe is somewhere else on the internet. and it will try to send us a notification to our app here, our Next.js app. But my Next.js app is running on my local computer here, and other computers on the internet, right? So Stripe's server cannot just start making requests to my local computer, right? Out of security reasons. So typically your computer is not going to accept that there's some other request from the internet suddenly trying to reach your computer, right? But Stripe, if we want to test this locally at least, we will have to find some opening so that Stripe's request can actually reach our app. So there are a couple of solutions for that. I'm going to use ngrok in this video. I'm not affiliated with them. I'm not sponsored by them, but they have one solution for you to sort of create an opening on your local computer so that we can receive that webhook from Stripe. And again, I'm not affiliated with them. I can't vouch for the safety or security of what we're going to do here. That's your own risk. But overall, personally, I've had a good experience. Now, if you don't have ngrok yet, they do have some options here for downloading it in case you want to do that. So I'm on a Mac OS, so that's what I'm going to see here. You can do it with the command line, but you can also click on download here and do it some other way. They have an option for Windows here. So in case you also want to do that, this may be something that you want to use. So Stripe will send me a webhook, but it needs some kind of URL to send that request to. Right, so now I'm going to create that URL with ngrok. So I can go to my terminal here. I will open up a new terminal. And what I can do with ngrok now that I've installed it, I can say ngrok http, and this is going to be on localhost, right? So it should forward to localhost 3000. So basically what's happening here, let me quickly explain this. What do we see here? So basically ngrok is giving us this URL that you see here. Stripe will send the notification to this URL, and in turn ngrok will send it to our localhost 3000, which is where our Next.js app is running. Right, so basically we're using ngrok here as a middleman. Let's copy this URL, and then here in the Stripe dashboard, there will be some option here on the side for webhooks, right? Or maybe somewhere else if they change the dashboard. But here we can tell Stripe where to send that request to, so that we know that somebody paid. Now, Stripe itself actually also has options to test webhooks, so you don't need to use ngrok. Stripe itself has some options themselves as well. You can check out the website for it. Maybe you find that preferable, but for now we will just continue like this. Okay, so here we need to determine which events we want to be notified of. So there are actually many events. You can see there are so many events that you can pick from, but we are only interested in one, which is checkout here. And we want to be notified when there is a successful checkout session or successfully completed. There are other options as well, like if there's a successful charge, and they may actually also overlap. So it's not like you only have one event to pick from, but we will go with this checkout session completed. I will click on continue here. And now we need to specify where it should send that event to. We will click continue here. This is where I need to paste the endpoint URL, right? So ngrok will then forward it to my localhost 3000. If I close out of here, we're just going to receive it somewhere in our app. But what do we want to do when that occurs? We need to run some logic. So we want to run that logic in a route handler. This is the appropriate place to receive that incoming request from Stripe. So we need to create a route handler here, right? So we can just specify this address and then localhost 3000. Well, that could be anything on our server, but we specifically want to create a route handler that can update the database, right? So we will actually create something else in this API folder. We will create a new folder here. So I'm right-clicking on API. I will call that Stripe. This is where we're going to receive the Stripe webhooks. And to create a route handler, the convention here is to use route.ts. Stripe will send a so-called post request. So we can get that incoming request here. And here is where we can deal with that incoming request, right? So that's actually write out what we want to do here before we set it up in the Stripe dashboard. Now there will be some body data in there. And actually we want to use request.text here. So like a raw body. So we can get the raw body of the incoming request. And then we want to fulfill the order, right? Fulfill order. Basically just update the database. And then we want to let Stripe know, hey, we received your event, everything is good. All right. So let's quickly code this up. So to fulfill the order, Stripe is telling us, hey, somebody paid. Now we need to update the database. We need to create a membership for the user that paid. So Stripe will give us an event, right? Which we just picked in a dashboard. We picked a checkout session completed event. And I will just put it like this. We'll fix that in a second. Now, based on which event we get, right, it could be any event. Like we saw, there could be many events, but we need to specify which event type we want to do something for here with the switch statement. This is a very common structure for dealing with webhooks. So we are actually only interested in checkout.session.completed, this particular event. So if that is the event, what do we want to do here? We want to create a membership, right? So here we're going to use Prisma libdb. We want to say membership create with that user that just paid, right? So I'm going to tab through here. Welcome in the age of AI programming. So I need to specify the membership. Now let's see how that was structured again. If I go to my schema, so we have a membership. It needs to have a user ID and status. The other things are automatically created for us. So user ID will be whatever we put in that checkout session when we were creating it, right? So when we were creating the checkout session here in this server action to redirect to get a URL to redirect the user to, we can specify some information that we want to receive after the checkout is completed, right, in this route handler. So we can then update the database with the proper ID. Remember, we cannot get the ID of the logged in user in this route handler because this is not a request coming from the user. This is a request coming from Stripe, right? So we cannot just get the logged in user's information like that. So Stripe will still give us this information that we specified, right? We did it with client reference ID, okay? Now the status, of course, if the user just paid, should be active. Okay, so then let's finish this switch statement. So there's a break, and then usually there's also some default case. So we may receive other events. We may actually want to log something because we're not going to do anything for them, but we still may want to have a log. Okay, and now after we do that, we do want to return some message to Stripe, right? So Stripe will send us this request. We update our database, and now we want to tell Stripe, hey, everything is good. We received your webhook, so you don't have to keep trying, right? So if you don't respond, Stripe will try to send you more, right? Because Stripe will think, well, this is really important. We want to make sure you update your database, but if we're not responding to Stripe, Stripe will keep trying. So you actually want to return a response as quickly as possible. You could actually even do it before this, but let's just do it here. We can do response.json. We can do something like this. And actually, we can also make the status explicit. And actually, we can make the status code explicit as well. Although I believe if you just return a response in JSON format, by default, the status code will already be 200, but you can specify it explicitly like this. So let's actually do that. So then Stripe will know, okay, so they received the webhook. I don't have to keep sending them duplicates of this. So this is basically handling a webhook. Now we're not completely finished here yet because we will give Stripe the location, the URL for this route handler. But technically, other people could try to make a request to there as well. Maybe a user that doesn't want to pay. Right? A user doesn't want to pay. They could try to invoke this route handler with some fake request, and they could submit some event data with that with their own client reference ID, and then we would actually create a membership for them, right? So we don't want to do this if this request is coming from somebody else, right? So only Stripe, we only want this request to work if it's actually coming from Stripe itself. So we need to do some validation essentially. So we need to verify that webhook actually is from Stripe. Now to do that, we need to go to the Stripe dashboard, and here where we were specifying the URL that Stripe should send the notification to, we need to fill this out because Stripe will give us another sort of secret for the webhook that we add here, and that's what we can use to verify the webhook as well. So where should Stripe send this notification to? Remember, if you just use this URL, what we just set up here, ngrok will just forward this to plain localhost 3000, but it should be specifically a route handler that should be invoked. Our route handler has a specific URL or location. So if I actually take a look at the structure that we have now, so it works the same way. So you have /API in the URL because we create a folder here called API. We don't need to do that for route handlers, but it's sort of a convention and Traditionally, this is how we would do it, so people often do this. So it will be localhost 3000 / API, and then we have another folder here called Stripe. So then it will be /Stripe, right? That's the URL to invoke this route handler, right? So it needs to be /API /Stripe. That's what we need to add here, don't forget. Okay, we can add a description, but I will leave it blank. All right, so it's gonna create a destination now. All right, so now Stripe knows, okay, so if there is an event, and specifically the event that we checked, it will send us a notification at this address, right, which will invoke that route handler. So now it will also give us this signing secrets that we can use to verify that this webhook is actually coming from Stripe and not some user who just doesn't want to pay and is just fake sending us a request. I will copy this. Let's see. I have to click on reveal perhaps. Yeah, so now I can copy this. Make sure you don't show any of these secret keys to other people. I will delete them after recording the video. So now we can go to our code here, and let's actually go to our .env file, and let's add this as well. So I will call this webhook secret, and I will paste it right here. Okay, now we have everything needed to finish this webhook stuff. Don't worry if you're a little bit confused, by the way. You need to see the payments a couple times, this whole flow with verifying webhooks and route handlers and server actions. If it's your first time going through a payment flow, implementing a payment flow, you're going to be a little bit confused. But it all makes sense, right? So bear with me here. So we do need to use that Stripe package again. And we were already using that here in the actions file as well when we were setting up Stripe. So let's actually copy this. And actually, we could add, let's actually quickly move the import statement of Stripe up at the top as well. I think that looks a bit cleaner. So all the import statements are right here at the top. So let's now go here and let's import that Stripe package here as well. And then we will actually instantiate Stripe over there as well. So we will do it like this. So now we have access to this Stripe variable. All right, so now we can verify the webhook. We will actually use let here because we're going to reassign this event. When we verify this webhook, we also get this event basically. So it's also a way of getting the actual data from the event. We will wrap it in a try catch because something may go wrong and maybe some error is thrown. So we will say the event should be, so it should be, well, actually I get a good suggestion here from Copilot. Let's actually double check whether this is correct. So we see stripe.webhooks construct event. So basically we're going to create the proper event here. And if it fails, some error may be thrown. So it will use the raw body, so not parsing it as JSON. Then it needs to get the Stripe signature from the request. So Stripe will send a signature with the request, okay. And then it's using that Stripe webhook secret, right? So if all of the information is correct, we should get the proper event data. Now, if there's an error being thrown, then maybe it was a user trying to game the system. So here we would want to log something like webhook signature verification failed, and we want to log the error message. And then maybe it was coming from Stripe and something went wrong. We can also tell Stripe, hey, something went wrong. We didn't properly receive it. Maybe try again, for example, right? So Stripe by default will try a couple times. You can configure that. Now you may also want to check the Stripe docs for the latest best practices around this. With security, you want to be very careful. So you always want to double check things. So if you want, you can go to the Stripe website and double check how they would recommend it at the moment that you're watching the video. All right, but now at least Stripe will notify us. We go through all of this. We should be able to get the proper event data. We do have a TypeScript issue here. We will cheat a little bit again. We're just going to assume there's always a client reference ID from that event. We are creating a membership. So let's try all of this out now, right? So it's a little bit hard to keep all of that in our minds. Now let's actually try to make a purchase again, and let's see what happens. Make sure, by the way, you still have that tunnel here open, right? So in case you're using ngRock, this still needs to be running because Stripe will send a notification to this address and then ngRock will forward it to us. All right, so I will fill out the information here again with 4242 everywhere. Let's see, just some gibberish, pick some country, and I will click on pay. All right, so let's see what happens. Hopefully everything is going to work. All right, so I'm being redirected here and I have access now to my dashboard. Now you may be redirected to the home page actually. So some of you may get a slightly different result. We'll talk about it in a second. Because there is a bit of a race condition, you could say. But you can see here in the dashboard, NGRock is telling me, hey, there was a post request from Stripe. Okay. Now, how do we know if it actually succeeded in case you are being redirected to the home page actually? So what you want to do for sure is just check if that membership has been created in the database, right? So if we look into our database with npx Prisma Studio, right? So if we open this up, you will see that now for membership, we actually have one entry here. So there was one membership created successfully. So with this user ID, so this user now has an active membership. This is basically the most important part. Now it's just a matter of making sure that the redirections work properly based on the latest data in the database. But if you don't have a new membership created here, something went wrong with the webhook, right? So, but if you do have a membership created here, but you were still redirected to the home page, that's okay, because it has to do with some race condition essentially. Okay, so now we have a way of paying, and the user now has paid. I can close all of this. It would be nice that once the user has paid, we don't have a purchase button here anymore because the user has already paid, right? We don't want to confuse them. So if the user is logged in and they paid, we just want to show some button like go to dashboard. So if we go to the homepage here under marketing, so how do we know if the user is a paying member? So we have already some authentication logic here. Let's see. Now we would like to know if the user is a paying member as well. So we need to check if that user has an active membership in the database. So we need to do something like await Prisma.membership.find first, find the membership where it's the user's ID and also where the status is active. Right, so I will assign this to membership here, and I will make this let. Let's actually move this up here. So if there is no such membership, we know that the user is not a paying member, right? And actually we can do it a better way. So if there is a membership, we will set it to true. And by default, we will just set it to false, right? This is maybe a better way of doing it. Let's import the Prisma variable here. Now it needs to get access to the user ID. So we can use get user here. And we will just say await get user. It's a little bit messy now with this logic. I don't like how this looks, but we can simplify that later if we want. Let's say user ID, lowercase. Okay, so now we will know if the user is a paying member or not. Now, based on that, we can just change the UI. So here, if the user is not logged in, we show the authentication buttons. And else, if the user is logged in, we show a purchase button. But now we have an additional check if the user is not a paying member, right? So is paying member. Then we want to show the purchase button. So I'm going to have another ternary in here. So I'm going to add is not a paying member, and I'm going to add this question mark. And then otherwise, we know the user is logged in and is a paying member. So now we can just quickly show a button like go to dashboard. And actually I get a great suggestion here from Copilot, which I will just accept. So make sure you have another question mark with a colon here. And so then you can see this user is indeed a paying member. So we should see go to dashboard, right? So make sure that you actually get this result as well. The most important thing is that we actually have a membership in the database now. If you don't have that, something went wrong with the payment flow. Now, even if it successfully went through the payment, there's still a race condition, which we'll talk about now. But now I can go to the dashboard, and actually it should be not a button, it should be a link, right? We actually want to navigate. So let's quickly change this into a link because otherwise the user is clicking and nothing happens. So this needs to go to /app dashboard. Right, so in HTML, we have an anchor tag or links is when we actually want to navigate. I need to import it from next to link. And we have these buttons, the button tag. This is mostly used for interaction on the same page. right? So it's not, the goal of a button tag is not to navigate. All right, so now if I click here, you can see I'm being navigated here to app dashboard. All right, now the way that we're doing it here is now if you log out, you may run into an issue because when we log out, there is no user. And so there is no user.id. So you may get an error. We will fix this later in a bit, right? So what we will do, you may already want to do this, is we have isPayingMember. We're going to set it to false. We will try to get the user here, and only if there is a user do we go in here and will we have all of this logic, right? So this will fix the mistake. So if you log out now, you should not get into an error. Now, when I was recording the video, I was always logged in, so I didn't notice the error until later, right? So we will fix this. I will add this later in the code, later in the video. Right, so now I'm a paying member. I have full access here. The data will be separated by my user account from the other people. So it's starting to look like a really nice SaaS here. Now let's talk a little bit about that race condition that you may have, what that means and why it occurs. All right, so let's think about why we still may have a redirect issue after payment. So when the user clicks the payment button, we are creating a checkout session in this action. Let me close everything else. We are creating this checkout session. We are saying when the payment is successful, go to app dashboard, right? So when the user has successfully paid, basically on that Stripe page, Stripe will see, oh, successful payment. We need to redirect to app dashboard. And what are we doing on that page? Let's see, app dashboard. Now here we are checking if the user has paid, right? So here we are checking if that user has a membership. If that is not the case, we are redirecting them to the home page, right? Because then the user hasn't paid yet. They don't have an active membership. They shouldn't be allowed access. So here we are reaching out to our database to find a membership that belongs to that user. So this is a little bit tricky because right after payment, right? So Stripe will see a successful payment. And right after that, from that Stripe hosted page, they are being redirected to /app dashboard, right? So they will go to app/dashboard. It happens very fast. And on that page, we are immediately checking if they have a membership, right? And if that's not the case, we are redirecting to the home page. Now, the tricky thing here is that when they arrive back to our app from that Stripe hosted page, they may not have a membership yet, even though they have successfully paid. That is because we are still waiting on that webhook, right? So on a successful payment, two things happen. Stripe redirects the user to app dashboard and also sends a webhook to our app. But this may take a couple seconds, let's say. What if this takes 3 seconds? But the redirection already happens in 1 second, let's say. This is an example. Well, then the user will go to the app dashboard before we have received the webhook and have updated our database with the new membership. Right? So it's like a race condition, you could say. And so what happens here in the app dashboard, it could happen to you. It didn't happen in my case because sometimes it actually does. The webhook arrives very fast and it's all on time. But it's possible that at the point of checking here, that the user doesn't have a membership in a database yet because we're still waiting on the webhook. It's a little bit tricky here, but basically what we want to do is when Stripe redirects here to app dashboard, we can add something here in the URL so that we know that we have to wait a bit and maybe double check. We may actually want to add the session ID itself. That's one way of doing it. Now we will make it a little bit easier here. We can also just say something like payment is success, let's say. So when the user arrives on this URL with payment is success in the URL, we can get from the URL, then we know we want to wait a bit until we do this check, right? So that the webhook can arrive and we can properly update our database, create a new membership before we actually check for the membership, right? So when this is in the URL, we want to wait a bit with this check. How do we get that from the URL? Well, in Next.js, we have search params, right? So we have normal params if it's just like, right, some number or some ID or something else that's between the /. But if you have question mark and then you have these key value pairs, that's the search param. We can get that from the URL actually in a page component like this as a prop. Let's type this actually. So search params So they actually have a tricky type. I got this from the Next.js documentation. If you search for Next.js search params, you'll find something similar, or search Next.js page component. They'll show you the props that a page component can get. It basically looks like this. Feel free to type it out or copy it from the Next.js documentation. Basically, since the latest Next.js, it's a promise actually. So here we can grab it from the URL. We can say something like payment value from URL. And then we have to await that because it's a promise. So I can wrap it in parentheses, and then I can get the payment value. Actually, it should be just the key name. So it's actually just called payment. So actually I will just use .payment here. So if that payment value from the URL is, if it is success, we go into this if block, and what we can do here is just wait a bit, right? So that we have enough time that the webhook arrives and we can update our database. So we may want to wait a bit, let's say 5 seconds or some other amount. How do we wait in JavaScript? If I just quickly want to sleep for a little bit, well, we can create a new promise, which only resolves after, let's say, 5 seconds. Right, so we have some set timeout, and we only call resolve after, let's say, 5 seconds. Right, this is a millisecond. Right, this is a common way of basically sleeping in JavaScript. We can create a sleep function out of this if we want, but let's just do it like this. Right, so after that, we are actually going to do this check, and actually we can already get the user. So let's actually do that up front. That doesn't hurt us. So here, let's keep it like this. And the code looks a bit messy. The whole payment flow will look messy to you if it's the first time. That's okay. Okay, so now we will wait for 5 seconds when the user arrives back on this URL. So now I'm actually going into my database to test this. How can you test this? Because now I already have made that user a paying member. Well, I can just delete the membership again, right? So if you just want to remove it, I can just do it like this. And now if I try to if I try to access it now, if I now refresh, I should be redirected to the home page because I have no active membership here. So now I have to pay again. So let's do that. Okay, so I have the standard information. Let's fill that out one more time. I will pay right here. And I'm being redirected. Let's see what happens. Let's see. I'm being redirected here to app dashboard payment is success. And you can see it took some time before I got this view. So it was waiting 5 seconds and it worked this time. If I open up my database here, you can see a new membership was created, and so I have access. But you can see it took some time before I could see the view. Now I think it doesn't look great. Now if you refresh now, you can see while it's with this in the URL, it will have that basically sleeping function. But you can see the screen is kind of frozen. So it's not really a great experience for the user to have like a frozen, or it looks like nothing is working. So typically we do want to have some kind of loading state. Now, while this server component is basically awaiting things, we can have a very easy loading state here in Next.js. What you can do is you can have a loading.tsx file, not just for the dashboard, but also these other pages. So what we can do is we can create a loading.tsx file at the same level of layout here. So then for all the other pages in the app, we will also show this as the loading screen or a loading component. So here we can say loading ... or since we are only using it for verifying payments, what you could also do is verifying payment. So this will be shown when that server component is being awaited. So if I now refresh with this in the URL, you can see I have this basically a quick description message for the user. Hey, we're verifying the payment. So everything is good, just wait a bit. Right, so now it's a better user experience, I think. I will do it one more time. I will delete the membership here. I will delete the record. So now I will refresh here. You can see it's verifying payment, but I don't have a membership anymore. So it should redirect me. So let's see what happens. And indeed, I'm being redirected to the homepage. Now I'm going to purchase here again. I will fill out 424242. I still have my tunnel open. So now let's see what happens. I'm processing. And it was a successful payment. You can see I'm being redirected here to dashboard here. It's verifying my payment. And after 5 seconds, indeed, we can see that everything is working. Right, so a bit tricky here to work with sort of a race condition because by the time we try to redirect the user to the app dashboard, the webhook may not have arrived yet. So we are assuming that 5 seconds is enough here, but you can imagine there's going to be some cases where the webhook takes longer than that to arrive. So you may actually want to play around with this value, maybe even make it 10 seconds. But I think you get the point. Or maybe not if it's your first time implementing payments. That's totally normal. Don't worry about it. You need to do it a couple times. Now, we have added payments now. So we are basically making sure the user can only access the dashboard when they are logged in and also they are a paying member. Now we want to do the same check on the other pages as well. And remember, we want to protect our server actions as well. These are like public API endpoints. So we only want paying members to actually be able to add things to our database, right? Not just if they're logged in, they also should have an active membership. So we need to duplicate this logic a bunch of times. But I think it would be better if we now actually create a utility function out of this. So we don't actually have to hard code like all these lines in the same place over and over again. So let's create one function that we can use to check for the authentication status as well as the payment status of the user. Let's actually do that in the lib folder. So I will scroll all the way down here. Let's create a utilities file, and specifically, these are only going to be used on the server side. So we may actually also just want to create a file called server utils. Actually, that's the file we want to create. And what we want to create here is a function that will just check for, let's say, authentication. We can say check authentication and membership. Right, so these are the two main checks we want to do before we give a user access to something. Now I will copy all of this from the dashboard, right? So I'm going to copy all of this stuff here, and actually not the search param here. So we have to, well, let's actually do the authentication check first. So I will copy the authentication check. Okay, let's import the required things here, redirect. Okay, then we have the authorization check, and let's see. So here we need to check for the user's membership. Let's just copy all of that without the payment value from URL. So to make this a bit reusable, what we can do is we can keep this check. We will do that when we call the function. So let's remove that from here. Let's import Prisma. All right, so it's a little bit messy here. Bear with me. So here we are now always going to wait 5 seconds, but we may, when we check it in other places, we don't need to wait for 5 seconds. So let's accept a parameter here that will allow that will allow us to pass some number, and then it will wait for that long. Let's actually make it a default of 0. So it will have a default value here of 0, and that's how long we will wait, right? So by default, we don't want to wait, only when the user has just paid. All right, so now we have one function that we can use to clean up all of this mess. So let's see, we can delete all of this. We will still have this check for the dashboard in here. We can remove all of this. Let's see, all of this user as well. And now we can just use this one function. I do have to use await, and we do need to get the payment value from the URL here as well. So a little bit messy here. So if that is in the URL, we want to wait 5 seconds, right? So this is how we can use this. I can import it. Now else, if there's nothing in the URL, we just want to have a standard check, right? With no waiting, just the standard things. Now this still looks kind of messy. Can we make it a little bit prettier? So we can also actually get rid of the if else block. We can do it in a different way. We can do it directly in this in the argument here as an expression here. So we can just check here, is the payment value a success? Then we want to wait 5 seconds. Otherwise we don't want to wait, right? So it looks a little bit messy, but at least now this has been cleaned up. We can also get rid of these imports now. Okay, now it does need to get access to the user ID here. And if we look here, we are now doing that here, get user. So we have user here. We can simply return the user here actually. So that makes sense. We do an authentication check and you get the user as well. So we can actually assign that to user here. Okay, so looks a bit messy here, but now in other pages, this will look much cleaner, right? So now if we go to account here, for example, We have an authentication check as well as this authorization check. Now we can get rid of all of this mess and we can just use this function here. So we can just say await check authentication and membership, right? 1p, and I can remove all of this much cleaner. So here again, we do need to add, we need to get access to the user's email. So actually we do want to assign the return value to user here. Okay. And now remember, we also need to protect our server actions. So we only want to allow people here that are logged in, as well as paying members to add an expense to our database. So actually including the user statement here, I can remove all of this. And let's actually just copy this from the account page here. Here we now have one reusable function for checking all of that. All right, much cleaner. And actually let's just copy this. And let's clean up all the other server actions we have as well. So here I can remove all of this. Actually here I don't even need the user. We just have one function here. And here for deleting, it's the same story. We have a simple authentication and membership status check. Right? We don't need to do it for the checkout session because even people that haven't paid yet should be able to do this. Right? So we'll leave it like that. All right, now as a side note, by the way, now that we have this in the URL, anything that happens on the URL may be delayed by 5 seconds. So if you now try to add something here, it may actually take a long time. It feels very laggy. We will fix this a bit later in the video. For now, if you quickly want to check whether this still works, you just have to get rid of that search param in the URL, right? So now, if you just do it on this, it will be fast. Now, as a very important side note, what I often see beginners make a mistake with when it comes to authentication, authorization, especially for editing or deleting type of actions, what you often see here, for example, when we delete an expense, we are going to check now if the user is logged in and if they have an active membership, right? But we are not checking if this ID that is being passed in here belongs to that user, right? The user could be logged in, right? And they could be a paying member, but maybe they found a way to invoke this action here by passing in with an ID that belongs to somebody else, right? The expense that belongs to somebody else. And now we're just going to delete some expense that actually doesn't belong to them, right? So we may want to have additional checks here that verify that the ID actually belongs to the user making that request, right? Very important for editing and deleting type of actions. Now, that's just one of the many improvements we can make. We don't have all day. So I kind of want to wrap it up at this point. I have a complete course in which we also talk about these issues and these other things as well. Also, for example, validation of the incoming data. I mean, how do we know for sure that we're actually getting an ID here of type number? You know, somebody may find a way to invoke this server action with some other type of data, with an object or some other strange thing. And now it may actually become dangerous. We may actually insert dangerous data into our database, right? So there's a bunch of validation here and authorization that we are glossing over here because we want to wrap things up here. So those are topics for another day, although we do talk about it in my course. Now we called this file in which we put this function server utils. So the idea is that we have utility functions here that we're only going to use on the server. And that means that we may want to do things in here that are, or that should be secret, right? So it will, this type of function will show how we are interacting with our database. It may actually contain secret data. And that's okay if it all stays on the server side, then the users cannot view it, right? Because it's on the server, they don't have access to the server. But what if we accidentally use this in a client component, for example, or we somehow accidentally leak it on the client? So we can mitigate that risk by importing a utility package of sorts. It's called server only. You may have seen it in the Next.js documentation. We can install this. So I will actually I will leave open ngrok. I will create one more terminal here. So I will npm install server only. And this means if you now use this function that is defined in a file with import server only, you will get an error if you try to use it in a client component, for example, and then you can fix your mistake, right? So it's like an extra guardrail here to prevent you from accidentally using this on the client side. This is completely different from use server, right? So don't confuse them. Use server means you're creating a server action. This is what we did in the actions file here. These functions here also run only on the server, but you're creating sort of an API endpoint here And you can actually invoke them from a client component, as we saw with the payment button. Right? This has more far-reaching impacts, right? So you want to be very careful with this because, yeah, you're creating like an API endpoint on your server. So this has bigger consequences, I would say. This is more like a utility package, import server only. Import server only is more like a utility package that we can use as an extra guardrail to prevent us from using this in a client component. All right, so now we have a nice SaaS. I can add expenses here, right? I can add whatever I want. I can delete them. I have account information here. We have payments. We have this private app area. And then we have that public app area. And actually, we just noticed a mistake. So if I log out, we now have an issue here because on the marketing page, we are doing something that we cannot do. Let's see. Yeah, so here it tries to get a user, but of course, if I log out, there is no user. So the reason we're getting this error is because here on the home page, I am trying to use user.id, but if I log out, there is no user, right? So maybe you already saw that error before. So what we can do is only if there is a user, do we want to go in here, right? So here what we can do, just put all of that in the if block here, but by default is paying member is false, okay? So now that error should be gone, all right? All right, so now we have a nice SaaS, everything is working. So now we want to think about how we can get this to production so other people can actually use this, right? So right now only we can access this on our local computer. We want to push this to production so other people around the world or on the internet can also use it, start paying. We can start making some money. So how do we do that? Well, before we do that, I do want to mention that there are many ways that we can improve this, right? So for example, on the homepage, we would like this to be statically rendered. But if you check for the authentication status, for example, you're going to use something called cookies or headers. And Next.js will actually opt your page out of static rendering into dynamic rendering. If you don't know what that is, that's okay. I have other videos on this. But we can change certain things. We can move things around to preserve static rendering. Now also with server actions, for example, we want to validate incoming data. For the edit and delete actions, we want to have additional authorization to check if the user is actually authorized to perform a certain action on a particular resource. When the user fills out that form, let's actually quickly log in again. I will log in with my GitHub account. Yeah, so here when the user fills out this form, we may want to have validation here in the browsers, so we don't have to wait for a response all the way from the server. There are so many things we can improve here. Now, I have a complete course on React and Next.js. I highly recommend you go through that one. We have many projects. It's all step by step. So you'll have a more robust understanding of how everything fits together. There's only so many things I can explain in a video like this. But for now, this will do. And what we will try to do now is push it to production. So we need to find a place where we can host this project. In this video, we're going to use Vercel. Now, I'm not affiliated with Vercel. I'm not sponsored by them, but that's what we will use in the video. So we need to start preparing for production a little bit. We're going to push the production now all the way at the end, you could say. Now, typically in the real world, you may not want to wait until all the way to the end. We will run into some issues most likely because there's a bunch of tools that we have to configure properly for everything to work. So it's okay if we're going to run into some errors in the beginning. Now, we need to prepare here. So what are some things we need to prepare? Well, actually, the most important thing is going to be the database here. So we are using SQLite. This is basically just a file, part of our file system. And that's what we're connecting to, right? So whenever we interact with our database, we do it through Prisma, and Prisma is connecting to a SQLite database, which is right here. Now in production, on Vercel, at least on a serverless platform, it's very difficult or impossible to use SQLite. Now what happens when you push a Next.js app to Vercel is Vercel will essentially spin up a bunch of serverless functions. These are basically functions that can run on demand. They can be scaled up or down very easily, so it's a very efficient way of hosting apps. There's not like a long-running server like a traditional maybe Node.js server app that you may host somewhere. So Next.js app in Vercel is a serverless platform, so it's a lot of serverless functions. So they may not have access to a persistent file system. And that's why we cannot use SQLite here on Vercel. So we need to find some other database here. If you have a Vercel account, you can go to storage here. You can see I already created some database here. Let me actually try creating another one. Now they may change this over time, but we can create a Postgres database. And actually let's try using Neon here, although what we do should work with the other providers as well. I'm not affiliated with Neon, but let's pick this, continue. I will pick a region here. I will pick Washington, DC. Let's see. We will just continue here with the free plan. Okay, we will continue. I will just leave everything as it is. I will create this database. Okay, so now you can see a database here. I created a database here on Vercel. Our project right now is still connecting to this SQLite database. So let's actually change it to connect to this database. You can see when I scroll down, it's giving me some environment variables. Actually, quite a lot of them. I will copy all of those. And I'm going to my .env file. And I will replace this database URL that we have here. Also, this snippet that actually all of this stuff we got from Prisma. I'm going to replace that and paste all those environment variables that I just copied from there. There's a bunch of things here. That's okay. Now we now have a new database URL here. So in Prisma, when we try to work with our database, Prisma will still use database URL. That's okay. But now we are not connecting to a SQLite database. It will be a Postgres database. So we will pick Postgres as the provider here. Okay. Actually, we can also see that here under Prisma. You can see the provider should be this, and it should still be database URL. Okay. So that's our database now. Now we don't have a project. All right, so that's the database, but our Next.js application itself is not on Vercel yet. So to push our application, Next.js application to Vercel, we need to do it through a GitHub repo. Let's actually go to Vercel here first. And here we can add a new project. So now I will go to GitHub first to create a new repository. So we can call this expenses tracker. I will just call it expenses tracker. I will actually make it private and I will create this repository. Okay. So we then need to actually push our code to GitHub. Now, if I open up a new terminal here, if you create a new Next.js app with create next app, it will actually already create a GitHub repo for you. So if you do something like git status, you will already see that it is a Git repository. So we don't need to initialize a new one. So what we do need to do is I will add all the files to the Git repo. Now, before you do that, make sure that your environment variables, your .env file is git ignored so that you're not accidentally going to add this. So I will say git add everything. And then I will just copy these 4 lines. It will commit, it will create a branch. It will set up this GitHub repo as the place to push the code to. And then we're actually going to push it. Okay. So you can just paste that in one go. I'll press enter here. Okay. That's very fast. Now if I refresh, we should see the code right here. Yeah. So now I have the code right here. Now I can go to Vercel here and I can import the expenses tracker project. Right, this is the actual Next.js application. I will have the Next.js framework preset and we will deploy. Now there's going to be a couple errors most likely because we are deploying all the way at the end here and there's a bunch of tools that have to be configured properly, but that's okay. Let's see if we can make it work. And actually I already know the first issue probably is going to be with the database. All right, so we have an error here. That's okay. Let's go through the errors that we're going to get. All right, so actually by default, the builds are going to be pretty strict with the type checking. So if you haven't properly typed something, it will actually also fail. So here they found something. Let's see, this is in the API route handler that we have for the Stripe webhook. So if we go there, we have not typed something. Yeah, so error here. We're trying to access .message on there, but error, we don't know what the error shape is going to be. So there's a TypeScript issue here. Well, let's actually remove this. And what we can do is, for example, we can just check if error is an instance of error, we can actually log the message, right? Something like this, just to get rid of the error. So now we can just push again, right? So we're going to run into some issues, and every time we're just going to fix it, and then we'll just push it again to GitHub. I will just call it save, git commit save. Every time we're pushing to GitHub, Vercel automatically picks up on that and will try to deploy again. So let's see, if we now go to the overview that we have here, so you will see your project right here. It's called expenses tracker, and it will create a new deployment every time it's trying. So if I now refresh here, you should see a new deployment. And actually we don't, this was the previous one because I haven't pushed it to GitHub yet. I only made a commit. So I need to push it to GitHub, git push origin main. Okay. Now, if I refresh it, you can see that Vercel automatically starts trying to build it again. All right, so second error, that's okay. All right, so this has to do with Prisma itself. So Prisma recommends, here we get an error message here, which it has to do with how Vercel works, which caches dependencies, and then it may lead to an outdated Prisma client, basically what the Prisma variable that we use. So they recommend that we run Prisma generate during the build process. So what we can do in our package.json here, we can say something like, for scripts here, we can say post install. We can run Prisma generate. It will then create the Prisma client. So this is something Prisma specific. Let's add this, git add, git commit, save, git push origin main. Okay. Then if we go to deployments, we should see another one. Actually, keep forgetting to push. We'll say git push origin main. Okay, so now I pushed, so now it will try again. By the way, we can also run a local build. So what we could also do is npm run build here on our own local computer, and then you can see if the build is succeeding or not. But then even then, that may still be different from what we do here on Vercel. So even that will not completely test everything properly. So there's no way around it. You're going to have to try it out here on the hosting platform itself. All right, another error. Let's check it out. Okay, so here we run into an issue, and this seems to be with how we use Stripe here. It's a bit tricky to figure it out, but if you run into an issue like this, you can just copy the error and Google it. Usually there are other people with the same issue. Now it seems to be related to what we are doing with Stripe here in the route handler as well. So we are sort of instantiating Stripe outside the function here. So somebody suggested that you do it inside the function. So let's try that. Let's save or git add, git commit, save, git push origin main. Okay, and let's pray for the best. Let's go here. All right, another error. Let's see. Okay, so here we have an issue with environment variables, which makes sense because our app is using environment variables here locally. Right, so remember our app is using all of these environment variables here when we run it locally, not just from for the database, but also for kind, for Stripe, for PostHog. So we actually want to copy all of this because we want to use it in production as well. And we will change some of these, but let's copy all of the environment variables. And we need to make it available here for the app running on Vercel as well. So how do we do that? Well, we can go to our app here. If we go to the settings here, you'll find something for environment variables. And here you can paste all of them in one go. So if you just paste all of them, you can see it automatically pastes all of them. You will see a warning because next public means it may be available for users in the browser. So you want to make sure it is actually safe to do so. Okay, I will save here. So now it should have added the environment variables successfully. So now, well, we actually don't need to push to GitHub. We can go to deployments here and we can just go to this last one and we can click on redeploy. So it will try again. So let's redeploy. Yes. Okay, so it's gonna try this one. All right, so we actually see a green symbol here. So there were no errors during the build, but as we use the app, they may still be errors, and I can already spoil the surprise for you. There will be some errors, but at least now if I go to the homepage, we should see something here. Now there's going to be a couple of issues here because we're using some things that are still configured for local development, but you can see now I'm running this on the Vercel domain. So this is not localhost 3000. This is now a URL that is publicly accessible for everyone on the internet to view our app, okay? Now let's fix the issues that I mentioned may become a problem. So the first issue is, if we go to our environment variables one more time, here we will see our environment variables. So we have something for Stripe. We have something for the secret key. Now for authentication, if you remember this, after logging in, our auth provider, Kind in this case, needs to know where to send the user back to. And right now, it's always sending it back to this localhost 3000. Right, but in production, that's not localhost 3000, it's this new URL that we have. So let's actually copy this new URL that we have, and let's change these Kind environment variables. So I will change the localhost 3000 with the URL that we got from Vercel. Right, so this is what I have now. Make sure you don't have double slash or something. I will save this one. So that is for one of them, but we have to do it for, I think, most of them. So let's go to this one as well. I will edit this one. This is just the root, right? So we can just leave it like this. Kind site URL, I will also change this and remove it like that. Yeah, so change this. Kind issuer URL. Okay, so I just did that. All right, so all of these keys, make sure you don't show it to anyone else. But that should do it for Kind. So I think that's it for Kind. The other ones. Now we should also tell Kind that it's okay to send a user to this URL, right? So out of security purposes, we also have to tell Kind it's okay to send it to that URL. So here in the Kind dashboard, I went to the expenses tracker app that we set up. And then I will go to details here. If we scroll down a little bit, you will see that here we have callback URLs. So here we will have some URLs as well. So for example, the homepage URL. Actually, we don't need to specify this, so I will leave this off. But we do need to specify it for the allowed callback URLs. So here we also need to add the production URL below here, so it will also be able to call back that URL. Okay, also logout redirect, I will also add that here without trailing slash. Okay, so if we have this, actually now that we're here, let's also remove the first name and last name. I think that's not necessary. So let's actually save everything here. Okay, so that should be it for Kind. So now if I refresh here, we may actually want to redeploy. So it's using the latest environment variables that we changed here. So let's actually quickly do that. And then we will actually start logging in into our app. So I'm just going to redeploy the latest deployment that we did. It was successful before, so it should still be successful. Let's see what happens. All right, and that's just part of deploying for the first time here. We've already configured a bunch of tools. So it's just making sure that everything is working both locally as well as in production. There's no way around it. You have to, it's a bit messy usually when we're this late with deploying. In the real world, you would typically deploy a little bit earlier and more frequent. So if there is an issue, you would catch it very early and it would be easier to fix. Okay, so it went successfully. So let's check it out. I will open up the project right here. Here's our project running on Vercel. Let's log in here. Let's try that out. All right, now I ran into an issue there with logging in, and that's simply because I was using the wrong URL or domain. So here on Vercel, when you deploy your app, they actually give you several domains. So they also give me this expenses tracker, and then there's something else in the URL, ByteGrad, projects, and some other URL as well, git main. So you want to make sure you're actually using this URL that you put in the environment variables and on Kind. Right, so that was just this main URL. I don't know why I got the other URL, but I just tried again with this URL and everything is working. So now when I log in, I am being redirected to app dashboard, but we see there was an error here while running the app. So if you see something like this, we can get the errors here also here under logs. So we should be able to see what went wrong here. So here you can see there's something with Prisma again. So basically it will try to find a membership. Basically it was trying to find something in our database, but our database structure is not properly set up yet, which makes total sense because we have just created this database, right? This was this one. And actually, let's click on ByteGrad's projects and then go to storage. Then you can click on the name of the database. So here we can see some information about that database. Let me close all of this. So here we see our database. Now what's wrong with this? We have set everything up, right? Now, not completely, because our database doesn't know about what the structure should be. So we haven't specified there should be a table for memberships, there should be a table for expenses. In fact, I can open this up in Neon. Let's actually check it out. We can see a bunch of information about our database here. We don't need to understand everything right now. But if we go to tables here, you can see it cannot find any tables. So if you then try to use one of the tables with Prisma, which is what we're doing here, when we go to app dashboard, it will check if the user has a membership. So we are going to reach out into our database, right? But it doesn't know about memberships. So what we need to do is simply apply the schema here. We need to make sure that our database in production, that database is also in line with the schema, our code here. And we can actually use the same command. So let me actually close everything here. Also the tunnel, I will just close everything. And I will just run npx prisma db push. It will try to connect to our database and make sure it's in line with what we specified here. So you can see it's connecting now. And indeed, now the Prisma schema should be in sync with our database. Okay. Maybe we can see that if I refresh here and we go to tables. Now you can see it found two tables, expense and membership. So if we now go to our project one more time, we're almost there. Don't give up now. So now I can go to this URL and let's see. Yeah, so I'm logged in, so it will already show me the purchase button. If I try to go to app dashboard, it properly redirects me to the home page. Okay, so let's actually try making it a purchase. So I will do that. Now I can already tell you there's one other thing that we have to change to make this work. So if we go to actions, where we create a checkout session, this is also someplace where we used localhost 3000. So we also want to change this to the URL on which we're using it here on for sale. So I will copy that URL. And actually a cleaner way in my view is to use an environment variable for this. So let's actually make this template literals. So we basically just need to keep track of the canonical URL. So in development, it will be localhost 3000. So what we will do is we will just use an environment variable. We will say canonical URL. And I will also use that for this one right here. So now in development, in my environment variable, I will use localhost 3000, right? So if I just go all the way to the bottom here, I will just say canonical URL. So here it's going to be localhost 3000 without trailing slash. So then this will in development, this will be localhost 3000. Now in production, when we run it on for sale, we can add an environment variable here as well. So then it will be this URL from for sale. So if we go to environment variables, we can add a new one here. This also needs to be canonical URL. And the value here will be whatever we got from for sale without trailing slash. And I will paste this. I will save this. Okay. So that is now going to use that for sale URL in production. When we create a checkout session, it will actually redirect to the for sale app. Okay. That's one thing. Now remember, we also need to tell Stripe where to send that notification to when somebody successfully paid. And if we look at what we set up here before, that was still to some ngrok URL. That was just for development, so it could tunnel that to our local computer. But in production, it can just send it directly to our production URL, right? /API/Stripe. So here we're going to create a new destination, a new webhook setup. We'll select the event. We could select all events, but it's a bit much. We can just go to checkout here. We'll pick checkout session completed. We'll say continue, continue. So the URL right now will be this Vercel app URL, and it will be /API/Stripe. Okay, we'll create the destination here. And here again, we get a new webhook secret. So let's actually copy this. And this should be the last thing that we have to set up. So bear with me here. So if we now go to Stripe webhook secret, we were using this from the other endpoint, the other webhook endpoint. We're going to edit this. So now it will be this new secret for the new endpoint. Right, so save this. Okay, so now if we just go back to our project here, we may want to redeploy so it uses the latest environment variables. So let's quickly do that as well. And then we should be able to wrap all of this up. So I will just redeploy one more time. Let me just close everything here and see if everything is working. We just have to wait a couple seconds. All right, so it just finished here. I will click on that and make sure you're using the correct URL. Yeah, so you can see it's giving us some other URLs here as well, but then some of the things may break. So we're going to use this URL. I'm still logged in. I still have that access token. I'm going to try purchasing now. It should create a checkout session. All right, so we're redirected properly. So I will just fill this out. We can still use the test data from Stripe. In fact, Stripe will keep you in a test environment. If you want to really go to production and actually charge people's credit card, you have to set it up in Stripe, and they will probably ask you some information, right, for security purposes. But I'm going to click on pay here, and let's see if this is working now. Let's see, processing. All right, payment successful, and it's still redirecting us to localhost 3000 because we didn't push the code to GitHub yet. Okay, so yeah, it's just a bit messy now to deploy this late. So let's quickly git add, git commit, save, git push, origin main. And I hope you're still with me here. So now I pushed again to Vercel, which means Vercel will now use, the Vercel production app will also use this code here, right, which we weren't using before. So now if I go to deployments here, we should see a new one. At least that's an easy error to fix, right? So if there's an error, but it's easy to fix, that's okay. But if we get an error and we don't know what's wrong, that's a nightmare. Okay, so let's try it out. I have this URL. Let's go here. I will actually, it already successfully gave me a membership, as you can see. So I will actually delete my membership and we'll try again. How can I do that? Well, now in the production database, if I go to my account level here and then to storage, I can click on that database that we have. I can open it here in Neon. And then somewhere here, you'll find a way to actually look into your database. So here in the tables, under memberships, we have a membership here. Let's actually delete this, delete one record. Okay, now I will refresh here. You can see now I have a purchase button here because it checked if I have a membership or not. We don't. So I will click on purchase. Let's try this again, 424242. And it does need to be something in the future. We'll just put some gibberish there. All right, payment successful. Let's see what happens. And verifying payment. Okay, let's see what happens. And yeah, now I'm finally in the right place. We are now a paying member. If I refresh in my database again, you will be able to see that we have a membership now for that particular user. There are no expenses in the database yet. So if I try to say I bought a new bike for $150, is that also working? If I click on add expense and let's see, nothing is, yeah, actually it is working. So it may actually have to, so it is working, but it takes a long time because we are still using this payment is success. And we have some timeout basically of 5 seconds. on there. So other requests, if you have a server action, they live on the same URL. So that may also take 5 seconds. We can change that in a second. I will just navigate away so we don't have it in the URL. If I just have it on a normal URL and I add an expense, you can see all of that is working, right? So deleting is working. All of this is working. We have groceries, $55, right? So everything is working. Now we just need to take care of this issue with where the loading is way too long because we have some time out there. So to get rid of that issue, we can go to the dashboard page here. So here, basically, if there is something in the URL, we're going to add a 5-second delay so we can wait for that webhook. Now, after that, if the check has gone successfully, we can remove it from the URL. So other requests on that URL are not affected by it anymore. So a quick and dirty way would be to simply check if that's still in the URL, we can actually just redirect them. Return redirect. So that it's gone from the URL. Right, so let's try this out. Because after the check has gone successfully, so then we can remove it. So let's quickly do this. I will quickly git add, git commit save, git push origin main. Hopefully the last one of today. Let's see. I will go to our project here, go to deployments. I will refresh here. All right, so that is looking good. Let's go there. Let's try it out. I will go to the dashboard here. All right. Now this account has already paid and has a membership. So I will log out and try the entire flow with a new account. So I will log out here. I will register with a new account. I will make it my support email. Create account. I found my code. I'm gonna continue here. And I'm redirected here to the home page actually because we haven't paid yet. So that is properly working. It is properly protected by looking at it like this, right? So app dashboard, oops, dashboard. Indeed, we cannot access it. Okay, so now let's try to purchase this. We have card information here, 424242. Blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna pay. Let's see what happens. All right, payment successful and verifying payment. And let's see what happens. It should remove it from the URL. So everything else is not affected by it. And indeed, it has removed it from the URL. So now when I add a new expense, it's going to be very fast and it's not going to have that 5-second delay, right? So here I can just add a bunch of gibberish and just play around with this. You can see everything is working perfectly fine. So this is looking really good. So now we have a modern full stack Next.js SaaS deployed in production. Well done for making it this far. It wasn't easy, especially some of these things. If you're new to them, like payments, they will look a bit complex the first time. But if you do it a couple more times, it's going to be pretty easy. So I want to thank PostHog for sponsoring this video. Make sure you check them out for analytics. Now, just as a side note, we've used it now during development a bunch. So you're going to have a bunch of statistics here that may be affected by what we did in development. If you don't want your development coding to be affecting these statistics, PostHog suggests that you create multiple projects, one for development if you really want to track that, or just one that you use in production only. So then maybe you have 2 projects, or you just have 1 project that you're going to use in production only. So that's something you can keep in mind when you don't want your development experience to affect all of that. So without PostHog, this video was not possible, so make sure you check them out. And if you really want to master modern React and Next.js, I highly recommend that you go through my professional React and Next.js course, in which we start from scratch and we have a bunch of great projects which we build together step by step. So highly recommend you check that out as well. In any case, I want to thank you for watching. Hopefully you found it helpful, and I hope to see you in the next one.